Hello and welcome back to the Karma Stories podcast. I'm Rob and I hope you are having a wonderful day today. Today we have a special compilation for you of malicious compliance stories. This episode is meant for you to put on while you're working or driving or doing whatever you want to do. The Karma Stories podcast is published to all major podcasting platforms, and you can also read along on YouTube under our @Karma Stories podcast handle. If you have a story you'd like to submit to the podcast, you can do so by email at karmastoriespod@gmail.com. If you enjoy true crime stories, be sure to check out our new podcast, Karma Crime, where we've released our 4th episode this morning. Over there, we're covering some of the lesser known true crime stories, and especially ones that have really interesting twists. Check it out for yourself, search for Karma Crime on any major podcasting platform. Alright, on to our Malicious Compliance compilation. Let's jump right in. This story comes to us from Primary Ladder 8310. I have to drive this truck? Okay. Back in the day, I was a truck driver. The company had a few trucks made for different jobs. Depending on the job you had to deliver, the truck you drove was determined. It wasn't uncommon to drive 3 different trucks in one day. The company was terrible at maintaining its vehicles. Over the years, I received a few fines for issues like expired inspections and similar things. Even though I received the fines, the company would pay them. No harm, no foul. Finally, our big truck really started to go downhill. It got to the point where it was barely running and needed extensive repairs, costing thousands of dollars to fix. I told the company I refused to drive it because it was an accident waiting to happen. This lasted a week, but then they said I needed to drive the truck for one delivery. Unfortunately, I agreed, wanting to be a team player and serve my customer. The drive was horrible. The truck left a trail of smoke 10 feet high as I went down the highway. I knew I was in trouble when they loaded a case of motor oil into the cab for me to refill the engine as needed. On the way there in the morning, cars behind me turned on their high beams because the smoke trail was so thick. When the sun finally came up, people were pulling up next to me on the highway, honking and flipping me off. I found out that so much liquid oil was coming out of the exhaust that it was landing on the vehicles behind me. It was only a 50-mile round trip, but the truck lost 24 quarts of oil and almost a full tank of fuel. I told the company again that I wouldn't drive the truck until it was fixed. As a truck driver, you're required to do a pre-trip inspection every day before driving. You mark defects in the logbook, which has sections for company records, and a copy for the DOT if requested. I made sure to fill out thoroughly every time I drove this truck. I also made a separate list for myself, noting additional issues that weren't part of the official inspection. The next day, I came in and found the truck fully loaded. I told them I wasn't driving it. They said, well, you have to. After a quick thought, I say, okay. Cue Malicious Compliance. I pulled out of the lot. At the traffic light, I should have turned left towards the job, but I needed fuel first. So I turned right toward the gas station, meaning I'd have to backtrack to get to the job. Oh, and yes, it was a 33,000-pound truck with a gas engine. DOT was set up on the other side of the road, right before the gas station. As I drove by, I could feel them watching me, wishing they could stop me. For those who don't know, DOT stands for the Department of Transportation. They operate weigh stations on the highways and sometimes set up mobile inspection stations. They check truck safety, paperwork, and driver compliance. Fines are hefty, and they can put trucks out of service, requiring repairs before the truck can be driven again. As I pulled into the gas station to fuel up, I could feel their eyes on me. When I left and headed back towards DOT, they ran into the street, making me pull in. They wanted this truck. I pulled in and shut it down. A DOT officer approached with a creeper. I asked, why do you need that? He replied, what? The creeper, I said. I need to inspect your truck, he said. I handed him my notes and the logbook saying, you won't need that, I've got a list. He raised an eyebrow, took my paperwork, and went back to his car, furiously writing. After about 30 minutes, he returned and asked, why are you driving this truck? I told him, they said I had to. No other truck, he asked. Nope, I replied. What happens if you don't drive this? I guess I sit at home, I said. He nodded and walked off again. About 20 minutes later, he came back, slapped a big red out of service tag on the windshield, and said, "There are 21 issues putting this truck out of service. I'm also fining the company for letting you drive it." Unfortunately, the truck's fuel tax sticker was expired. He explained, "If I write this up, it's a $10,000 fine for you, but I called the local cops, so it'll just be a $90 fine, and the company should pay it." I thanked him as he left. Then, I called the company and got a ride back to the warehouse. Bottom line, the company ended up paying $65,000 in fines, including towing. The following week, we had a fleet of new leased trucks with maintenance plans and replacement vehicles for breakdowns. They even started washing the trucks twice a month. I stayed with the company for another 2 years, but eventually quit due to other truck issues. A competitor poached me with better pay. This whole experience just goes to show I'm not risking my life or the public's life for your job. In the end, the company paid $65,000 for a lesson they should have learned sooner. When I say I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it unless it's safe. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Emotional Draw 8755. It says, "I never understood why companies wait for big consequences to do the right thing when it costs so much more in the end when they get caught." Another commenter called Johnny Doe 94 said, "It amazes me. They had $65,000 for fines and much more to lease newer vehicles. How much maintenance could they have performed on all or most of their vehicles with the $65,000, yet alone any additional funds they had? It all could have been avoided if they'd outlaid the cash for the maintenance anyway." What I find really interesting in this one is that OP said that they weren't going to risk their life or the public's life for their job. However, earlier in the story, they said that they did drive that truck, at least twice, so they were risking it anyway. I guess they finally had enough, and it's good that they finally took that truck off the road, but OP, you didn't have to drive it the first time. Also, that DOT officer must have been having a really good day if they made it only a $90 fine instead of $10,000. OP, you should never have gotten in that truck in the first place. This story comes to us from Pseudo DMZ. Charge truck battery at point B 'cause it's cheaper. This isn't my story but a friend's who's a truck driver. Recently, the contractor company my friend's boss works with got an electric truck. It's a big company, and they already have a few electric trucks at a different location where charging is much easier due to the availability of stations. Since it seems to be going well, and I say seems because next year the electric trucks won't be exempt from paying tolls, and an electric truck costs twice as much as a fully equipped Scania, they thought it'd be a great idea and good promotion to get another electric truck for the location where my friend works. The problem? Before ordering, nobody checked the availability of charging stations or even considered the distances and routes my friend drives. They only noted that his hometown seemed practical for their plans. Now comes the good part. It turns out there aren't many stations capable of charging a truck. I'm no electrician, but I consider myself pretty technically savvy, so I went through the hassle of talking to the company to try to explain the issue. Charging a battery is like filling a barrel, except you attach the hose to the bottom. You need a certain amount of base pressure, in this case power, to make it work efficiently. Most charging stations only pack 75 to 150 kilowatts, which is useless for a truck. The only 300 kilowatt station in the area is located in the next city, not far in distance, but the traffic is horrendous. Imagine driving an hour just to go 10 miles. But management had a completely different concern, the cost. The 300 kilowatt station charges, don't know the exact value, but I think it's around 80 cents per kilowatt hour, while the 150 kilowatt station only costs 65 cents per kilowatt hour. So they demanded that he charge the truck at the cheaper station. Here's where it gets even better, and this is why I tried reasoning with them, to no avail of course. Not every charging station is built to accommodate a truck, not even the 300 kilowatt ones. This means my friend has to first find an empty space to leave his trailer. After that, he still has to find a lot where he can park and charge. And even then, there's a chance someone will park next to him and use the second charging cable from the station, which halves the performance to 75 kilowatts. For reference, even charging at a 300 kilowatt station takes 2 hours. After our arguments hit a brick wall, my friend gave in. You want me to waste valuable time on a subpar charger just because it's a little cheaper? Fine. The next day, he went to charge. After 2 or 3 hours, the office started panicking because work was piling up and they couldn't keep up with deliveries. They called him. "Are you done charging yet?" "Nope, not even close, buddy." "When are you planning to return? We need you at work. You know a truck only makes money when it's rolling, not parked." I'm not the one who came up with the idea to charge a truck at a 150 kilowatt station. You sent me here. I tried explaining it to you, but you wouldn't listen. Unless you want me to leave and search for another charging station, you'll have to wait. How long? Well, I just hit the 17% mark, so I'll be here for a while. He ended up camped out there the entire day, got nothing done, and the battery still wasn't fully charged by the end. After that, they never bothered him again. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Bjorn1978-2. It says, they need to get chargers installed where he parks for the night. Plug it in and go home for the day. OP responded and said, that won't be easy. It has to be approved by the city. Then you get a permit, then you get engineers, start planning, yada yada yada. We asked an electrician doing maintenance on the charging stations. Takes a year or so, give or take. It's pretty obvious that the company really didn't think about what they were doing by sending that electric truck to that particular location. Because if they have to take it into the next town over to charge, and they're sitting there doing nothing, they're losing productivity because product isn't moving. Honestly, if they didn't move this electric truck back over to their other facility that had the charging capability, they were pretty dumb. This story comes to us from Spades9316. Your shift, your rules? Sure. Over a decade ago, I worked for a fast food chain. It was my very first job at 17 and I loved it. The store manager, we'll call her Kitty, was a grade A hardbutt. She had rules set up that you were expected to follow to the letter. She scheduled what position you worked, and you worked it, end of story. I'd started working there right before she took over, and while working for her, I grew to really appreciate her. We all did. While she was hard when it came to rules and how the store ran, she was also hard to customers who might attack us for no reason. When people did what they were supposed to do, she was chill. If not, well, her mom's side came out and you felt like you had disappointed her big time. That's enough backstory, so here's the incident. The incident. This occurred a month before my 3-year anniversary. I was one of their best employees, knowing almost every position and duty, aside from manager stuff. To top it off, I was one of their fastest on the board position. The board is where we put together the food that was cooked up by the cook and fry station. Kitty asked me if I could start working overnight as we needed the coverage. Being a team player and curious about overnight, I said sure. So that night, I came in at 10 p.m. There was another person from the day shift, a cook, who I saw there who also switched over. Me and him were work friends, but that's about it. So when our shift started, the team leader, a woman who had started not long ago and was a rung under supervisor but above us, read off everyone's position for the night. I ended up with front end cashier, which was weird because Kitty had said she wanted me on the board. The cook mentioned this and she said it's her shift, so it's her way. We started and we got hit hard in the drive-thru. I was only front end cashier, so I just focused on customers and the fry station. I'd look up every now and then and see we were 10 orders deep. I just stood there though, cause it's her shift, her way. I also listened as the cook kept telling her to throw me over there cause I was better and faster, which I was. Eventually, the cook had disappeared for a bit, and when he came back, her phone started ringing. She left for a minute and then came back with a new drawer and told me to just go over there. I did and got our time down quickly. She was livid at this the rest of the shift. After the rush ended, she practically locked herself in the manager's office while we just went about our chores list. The next day before my shift started, she called me into the office. There was another manager there I did not get along with. I don't remember why exactly. All I remember was we were both on each other's crap list. Anyways, she had a sheet there for me to sign for discipline issues, stating I was being reprimanded for being on my phone. I was when we were slow, and I was talking a friend down, and for trading cleaning jobs. It was stupid and petty and cost me my job, as that was 3 write-ups. Had one for tardiness previously. I signed it and left. Not even a month later, both of those managers got fired, don't remember why. I got a new job working overnight at a much more relaxing place. So the malicious compliance in this one might be hard to find, but I took it as OP staying at the station they were told to work at and not helping when things got really busy. There is another way you could look at this story though. It's basically OP saying, hey, I had to work for a different manager and I didn't do what I was told, so they fired me. I mean, I think you made your own bed there, and you sound surprised that you had to sleep in it after. Am I being overly critical again? Let me know in the YouTube comments. This story comes to us from Joao Balaya, maliciously funny middle school compliance. I'm a middle school teacher, and one of my 7th graders is an ADHD kid with a heavily active imagination. He loves working with his hands, so he is always cutting up paper, braiding yarn, etc. We always encourage him to clear his desk for class, and at least try to keep the clutter away. And he always does it happily, although he sometimes has a little back and forth. Student, let's start the lesson, put the yarn away. Oh, it's not yarn, it's technically nylon cords, so I can keep doing it, right? This is always lighthearted and in no way aggressive. He knows he's being pedantic, it's just for fun. Preparing for his responses, I always try to find a way to phrase my sentences in a way it will be harder to counter, and yesterday it backfired. He was messing about with paper and he told me, "Teacher, today you can't tell me to stop cutting paper because I'm not cutting, I'm just folding." And he had a huge amount of folded pieces of paper on his desk. So I said, "Very nice, student, so will you please stop manipulating paper so that we can start the class?" And smiled victoriously at him. Little did I know, he looked at me and, "What did you say? Stop manipulating paper?" And immediately proceeded to put away his notebooks and textbooks. I knew I had been cooked and just told him he had outsmarted me again. He kept at his desk doing nothing for like a minute, and then he laughed it off, winked, and got his stuff back on the desk. No folding paper anymore. I love the little dude, and I cherish these back and forths we have. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Mapiline. It says, "I love your teaching style and the fact that you encourage the student to be himself while keeping order in class. Very well done. I wish all teachers were like you." Another commenter called Throwaway47138 said, "This is the correct way for a teacher to deal with a neurodivergent kid. You clearly have a good rapport with him and have made what could easily have been a daily control struggle into a fun game, where win or lose, he's happy to follow the instructions. Kudos to you for being such a good teacher. I hope you have many fun students like him, and he has many more teachers like you." I feel like OP in this case is going to be the teacher that this student remembers for a very long time. OP, not that this matters from some random YouTuber on the internet, but I think you're doing an amazing job. And I really do hope that when this student moves on to other classes, that their teachers will be a lot like you and understand how this person needs to learn. This story comes to us from GwenBD94. Got reprimanded for not leaving my uniforms at work, so now I didn't have any uniforms at home when it mattered. A couple of years ago, I was in the Navy and assigned duties on board a ship. At the start of the story, I was an extremely junior service member, lowest rank in my shop. Typically, on board the ship, our usual uniform was coveralls in our department, and we arrived and left from the ship when in home port in civilian clothes. Now, we were moving up the river, about 4 hours underway, about an hour driving distance, for a week to unload weapon stores for a training exercise underway coming up later that month. Typically, when leaving the area of the port of record, which we would for the training exercise, we're also required to have suitable transit uniforms aboard in case we pull into port elsewhere. For this week-long weapons unload, I had no plans to leave the ship, and we weren't leaving our port of record's geographical area, and would be returning to our home berth again before the upcoming trip. So I didn't prep my uniforms to bring on board, seeing no use for them. At the last minute, our medical department scheduled medical appointments on our behalf at a small satellite clinic at the weapons station with no input of our own, and informed me I'd have a dental appointment while there. I immediately went to my supervisor with the issue because I had no suitable uniforms for off-ship use on board, and we were required to attend medical appointments in uniform. I get written up for not having my uniforms. Now, there is no specific policies on which types or how many uniforms are required to be on board, but there are specific policies on having sea bag inspections and what is required to be present for them. So my write-up was for not having an inspection-ready sea bag available. Copy that, makes sense. When we get home that weekend, I move all my military uniforms aboard, bringing a full inspection-ready sea bag to the ship as required, and leaving no uniforms at home. Everything's peachy. Fast forward a few years, and I have commanding officer's approval to miss an upcoming late-minute rescheduled underway due to prior scheduled leave in order to re-enlist. While I'm halfway across the country re-enlisting, my department fails an important inspection for our deployment workups. The inspectors work with the ship's command to reschedule, and they adjust the underway schedule last minute again. Now, they're getting underway for a re-inspect the night before my leave ends, and the re-inspection starts the day I return from leave. The inspectors will be ferried to the ship the morning of by water taxi. They ask me to curtail my leave a day early, buy new tickets, and show up to help with this re-inspect. I inform them that I would prefer not to dole out thousands of dollars of my own money for last-minute changes to travel arrangements because of their failure, but understand if ordered, I can financially do so. Since my leave was approved by the CO to miss an underway, I'd like verbiage from the CO that my leave has been rescinded, recalling me. And if I receive such, it'll make me question my dedication to re-enlisting in a Navy that doesn't care about my financial well-being. Meaning, I'll leave the 6 months earlier than they expected when I get out of the Navy instead of re-enlist, and won't return with signed re-enlistment papers. They balked, of course, and had me report the day my leave was originally planned to end. They decided I'd catch a ride with the water taxi and all the senior officer inspectors for the hour trip to meet the ship. Sounded interesting. The stinger? I asked them what I should wear for the water taxi ride as all my uniforms were on the ship. They freaked out and asked why all my uniforms were on the ship, naturally. I explained I was ordered to do so by my supervisor and received a counseling chit for not having left all my uniforms on the ship previously. My options? Some recently cleaned coveralls from before my leave. I'd take them home for laundry, ensuring I kept 2 pairs on the ship as required for sea bag rules, or my civilian clothes. Why? Because that's what I was told to do the last time a shipboard uniform use issue came up. So yeah, there I was, a junior E5 in civilian clothes, on board a chartered water taxi with a bunch of 04, 05, 06s in their uniforms at 5 in the morning, on the way to redo a previously failed inspection. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called RexCanisFL. It says, "Did they pass the re-inspection? Were they dinged for you being out of uniform?" OP responded and said, "We did indeed pass the re-inspection. Luckily, as I wasn't planned to be a part of the upcoming deployment, they didn't tag me in to help with the re-inspect. But I got to be a real watchstander while the inspection team ran emergency drills on a simulated watch team. I actually never heard another word about the uniforms issue again, but the supervisor who wrote me up previously seemed much more short-tempered with me for the next week, and I was told by other coworkers he was stuck in one-on-one meetings with Chief for a few hours over the past week. Not often we'd get kicked out of the office, so boss and boss's boss could have it to themselves for a private meeting, so this was an oddity to them." Another commenter called Lich180 responded to this comment and said, "Knowing my experience, the supervisor likely got a good butt chewing for that. I mean, you're a leader and can't find an appropriate middle ground instead of just punishing your junior enlisted." OP responded to this one and said, laugh out loud, I'm 99% sure he got absolutely chewed out over it. This is but one in a long series of stories of how he got chewed out over his behavior with me. But I don't know that for certain, so I would never say it for sure. I just present the facts that I have that make me think it's the case and let you come to your own conclusion. One of my favorites was a pie-in-the-face fundraiser the E6 mess put on. It was an opt-out event for the active E6s in the association, and he didn't opt out, not thinking he'd have a chance of being the top 3 earners to get a pie. He didn't realize how much I disliked him and how much deployment money I had saved up and was willing to blow needlessly. As soon as the list was released and his name was on it, I told him I'd make it my singular goal to ensure he was the #1 earner for the E6 mess in that fundraiser. He didn't believe me. By the time I was in a neck-and-neck fight with the entire air department for getting our respective LPOs the #1 position, and their fundraising values were in the range of $1,500 each, he realized I was serious and backed out. Him backing out last minute earned him one-on-ones with the entire E6 mess, the entire engineering chief's mess, and the command master chief about how poor the optics were, but he still backed out, and the E6 mess had to refund me my $1,500. I ended up putting $600 on another engineering E6 who I liked and who was also treating it all as good fun. He wanted a pie, I got him to 3rd place as a consolation, and he got a pie in the face. But my E6 never lived down the loss of reputation from that event. So I learned something from this story and from a bunch of OP's comments after the story as well, that a seabag in the Navy is a term that refers to your entire allotment of uniforms and not just your standard issue seabag. So this means that when OP got reprimanded for not having an inspection-ready seabag on board, they were being ordered to maintain all their uniforms on board. OP also mentioned in another comment that this was the only time in their whole enlistment that they actually needed to have uniforms in 2 different locations. They never had to do that before or after this particular situation. Our next story comes to us from the same OP, Gwen BD94. Ordered to do maintenance on a grill without the right equipment, grill was broken trying anyways. Another fun story about my favorite supervisor from when I was in the Navy. A little bit of backstory to help explain some of the later facts. In the military, every piece of equipment gets preventative maintenance done on it to maintain it in good working condition. In the Navy, we have a very well laid out maintenance system with step-by-step instructions on how to do every bit of maintenance, with instructions so simple a monkey could do it. Part of these maintenance procedures lists required tools, parts, materials, and test equipment, and they are also extremely specific, detailing the length requirement of your screwdrivers, the brand of your gauges, etc. The management of the system the Navy uses is called the Maintenance and Material Management System, 3M, or Planned Maintenance System, PMS. As an electrician, we owned all electrical distribution equipment on board, and for jobs without an electrical training background, we also owned the actual equipment. So the electronics technicians with electrical training could maintain their own electrical equipment, but the cooks, culinary specialists, without an electrical background, relied on us to maintain their equipment for them. Now, if you've ever used a commercial flat top grill or griddle before, you know you set it to a specific temperature you want the cooktop heated to, and not a 0 to 9 dial like your stove at home. Part of maintaining the griddle was checking the calibration of this temperature setting once every year or two. I forget how often this check was, but it wasn't a frequent check. Relatively early on, when I got on board the ship, young EMFN junior electrician Gwen BD94 was assigned to do this maintenance check. So I gathered all of my tools, parts, materials, etc. In doing so, I couldn't find the proper temperature sensor for our calibrated temperature gauge. We had the round tip ambient temperature probe for use in the ovens, but not the flat tip surface temperature probe for use on a griddle. I asked a different supervisor to my favorite supervisor for help, and he couldn't find it either, so we ordered a new one, and he said he'd take care of the paperwork for the maintenance check. Being new and unfamiliar with the system, I let it go and never questioned when the maintenance check disappeared from the maintenance list the next week, meaning someone accomplished it. hint hint nudge nudge, and all was good. The next time this maintenance check came up due, we were on deployment, and it was again assigned to me. By this time, we had a new supervisor, and I was now EM3, slightly less junior electrician, Gwen BD 94. A bit more knowledgeable. I looked where we kept all our calibrated equipment and couldn't find the flat top temperature probe I knew it needed, so I asked my supervisor. He found we had one on order, but didn't know that we had one in the shop, and told me to figure it out. Knowing that was an unlawful order and would amount to lying about the check and could bite me in the butt later, I said I wouldn't do the maintenance without the right equipment, and since he couldn't lawfully order me to, we started putting a note on the check that the tools were on order and delaying it. This went on for about 2 to 3 months until the check was about to go red, move out of periodicity, and cause negative numbers on our maintenance reports. And I was again ordered to figure it out or I'd be written up. I refused and raised the same issue to my boss's boss, and we tore the shop apart trying to find the right equipment but couldn't find it. So he told me not to worry about it. Later that week, while I was on watch as a roving watchstander, allowed to walk around the ship and even required to, after dinner one evening, I saw a newer, more junior electrician, let's call him EMFA Timmy, even more junior than I initially was, in the galley working on the griddle. I took a step into the galley and asked him what he was doing, and lo and behold, he was doing the maintenance check. I asked him what temperature probe he was using, and he showed me the one for the oven. I explained to him the issue and told him that if he signed the maintenance check, it would be gun decking, lying on official paperwork, and he could get in trouble. But let him make his own decisions as an adult. He decided to continue doing the check. I giggled and continued on my watch. After my watch, it was nearly 10 p.m., so I went to bed for the night. About an hour later, I got woken up, being told my supervisor needed me in the galley. I sighed, figuring it was about the check, and I was going to get that earlier threatened write-up. After getting dressed and making it to the galley, the entire electrical shop was in the galley troubleshooting the griddle. You see, EMFA Timmy got to the step in the PMS where it said to use a screwdriver to adjust a dial until the thermometer read the same temperature indicated by the set temperature. When he measured it, it was off by about 150 degrees, so he kept turning up the heat. Eventually, it was hot enough to melt the griddle's built-in over-temp protection device, instantly shutting the stovetop off. Turns out he did need that temperature probe. I was tasked with helping come up with a solution to fix it, because the griddle was a critical piece of equipment for the cooks, and we had no replacement parts to fix it. I asked EMFA Timmy if he ever finished the last steps of the maintenance card, turning the grill off, putting it back together, reporting completion of the PMS. He told me he hadn't. I turned to my boss and said, since the maintenance check I explicitly advised against doing without the proper tools was still ongoing, and I was informed I could do the maintenance or be written up, I'd stick with my original decision and refuse to do the maintenance. He could write me up in the morning during working hours, but in the meantime, I was going back to bed. Have a nice night. In the morning, I did indeed get written up, but for the insubordination, not for refusing the maintenance check, while my boss's boss looked on with the biggest crap-eating grin at me for holding my ground. And my supervisor was pissed at me. Turns out I was right and we couldn't do that maintenance check without the right equipment. This remains one of my write-ups I am least ashamed to have ever gotten, and I'd take it again in a heartbeat to give a giant "I told you so" middle finger to idiot middle managers. I later found an electronic record of the counseling chit my supervisor got for tasking people with doing maintenance without the proper equipment, because I laid out that this was a known issue we didn't have the right probe for years and threw his butt deep under the bus. I hated the guy. We got the right probe in about 6 months later. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Discord the Lunatic. It says, did they ever figure out what happened to the probe you supposedly had in the shop, lost in the bowels of the ship, trashed with no documentation, etc.? OP responded and said, we probably never had the right one to begin with. It was a relatively recently commissioned ship, so these were the first 2 times the check came up, and this is the only check we used that probe for. I guess in this case, insubordination is just a thing that the higher-ups use when they have no other reason to write you up. I also find it interesting that we've read a bunch of military stories on this channel, and in a lot of the stories, when they order a part or something that they need, it takes forever for it to come in. Unless somebody really high up gets in trouble because you don't have it, and then all of a sudden, it shows up pretty much right away. Interesting how that works. This story comes to us from Atomic File. Want it done by the book? Fine, I'll follow every rule. So I work at a company that prides itself on having a detailed, overly complicated policy manual for everything. We've got rules for rules, basically. My manager, let's call him Dave, is the kind of guy who loves micromanaging. He'd constantly hover over our shoulders, pointing out every tiny mistake we made, saying, "If it's in the manual, you must follow it." One day, Dave sent me an urgent email asking me to finish a big project before the end of the day. Normally, I'd do it my usual way, efficiently and with a bit of common sense. But Dave insisted that I strictly adhere to the manual since it was a high visibility project, and he didn't want any mistakes. Oh, Dave, you shouldn't have said that. I pulled out the manual and went full compliance mode. 1. Every procedure, no matter how small, was followed to the letter. Normally, I'd skip pointless steps, like writing a detailed log for every 10-minute task. Not this time. I logged everything. Starting a document, log it. Saving the file, log it again. Changing font size, yep, logged. 2. Request for approvals, oh, absolutely. The manual says certain steps need managerial sign-off, so I emailed Dave at least 5 times throughout the day for approvals. Hey Dave, just confirming font size 12 is acceptable. Please reply so I can continue. Hi Dave, should I use blue headers or red headers as per policy section 14.3.2? 3. Breaks were strictly enforced. Policy states we get 2 15-minute breaks and a 1-hour lunch. Normally, I'd work through a bit of lunch to get things done, but not today. At 12 sharp, I dropped everything and left my desk. I also spent 15 minutes at exactly 10 o'clock and 3 o'clock resting. 4. Every department had to be involved. The manual said I needed sign-offs from IT, HR, and marketing for certain sections, even though they had nothing to do with the project. I looped them in with formal requests, dragging out the timeline. By the end of the day, the project wasn't finished. I spent so much time complying with the manual that I didn't even get halfway through. Dave was furious and asked why it wasn't done. I calmly explained that I followed every single policy and procedure in the manual just like he instructed. I even showed him the email chain proving he'd approved my steps. After that, Dave stopped breathing down my neck and started letting me work how I wanted. Lesson learned, sometimes the best way to fix a broken system is to show exactly how broken it is. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Snozberry760. It says, "This is what comes to mind when I hear malicious compliance, following every rule to the T, showing management how back-asswards they are." OP responded and said, "This exactly." Another commenter called Bolshoich said, "Sometimes showing the problem doesn't work because people tend to see only what they want to. What you did was show the problem to your manager and force them to be accountable for the outcome. People tend to see things differently when it's their head on the chopping block." This story really is the chef's kiss classic malicious compliance. Like, oh, you want me to follow the rules? Cool, I'm gonna follow them so hard you'll regret ever asking. Dave just wanted to play dictator with the manual, and he got a taste of his own micromanaging BS. This story comes to us from Big Capper 69. "We are working too fast? Okay, we will slow down for you." I recently found this sub, and I think I have a great story for it. This happened about 2 years ago. I work in construction, but more specifically, I cut concrete. A lot of people aren't familiar with my job, but all you really need to know is that I don't pour any concrete. I use big diesel and hydraulic powered saws to cut and remove it. I work at a relatively small company, 15 employees, and we are the company to use for concrete cutting and removal in our area. I was the first employee hired at this company, and my bosses are amazing. They have been in the industry for 25 and 30 years respectively. We will call them Brad and Cody. They know what they are doing, and they still get out and work in the field and will outwork any of our employees. We were awarded a no-bid contract at a very large facility to cut and remove a very large section of their outdoor slab because it had cracked. This was routine for us. We could do it in our sleep, but it was still a large project. The reason we were given the contract, but not held to a number, was because they wanted it done right and fast, and they knew we were the guys to do this, even though we aren't always the cheapest. The customer requested us to bring extra equipment and specialized saws, just in case. Important later. The day comes that we are supposed to start, and they want us on site at 6:30 a.m. for a safety meeting. Brad and Cody went out while I stayed back to get my crews ready for the day before heading out to meet them. When I arrived at 8 a.m., they were still standing by their trucks just talking. I asked them how the safety meeting went, and they said that no one had shown up yet. Finally, they got there at around 9 a.m. and didn't even acknowledge that they were late. We met the guy that was in charge of the project. His name was John. John said during the safety meeting that there would always be a few people around from his company to watch us while we worked. We figured it was weird, but no big deal. We ran a routine safety meeting after, and it was time to work. We got about a third of the project completed in one day. The entire time we were working, there were no less than 25 people standing around watching us work. We kept joking with them to just set up bleachers. It would be easier to watch that way. They made us call it quits at 4 p.m. so they could go home. Right about this time, we started to figure there was something up with these guys. They didn't care that we didn't get started until late and wanted us to end early, yet a big part of us being there was to get it done fast. Either way, we figured we would still be able to get it done in about 3 days and make record time for a project of this size, all while making a fair amount of money for ourselves. The next morning, as we were getting ready to head out for the day, Brad received an email. It said, "While we can tell that X company are master operators with their machines, we feel as if they're operating in an unsafe manner by running multiple machines at once and request that they slow down to maintain safe working conditions." They also didn't try to make sure our supervisors felt like they were safe throughout the day. Brad was pissed. We were called in to get things done fast, and not once had we done a single thing that could be considered unsafe. When we got to the job that day for the safety meeting, Brad had changed from, "Screw these guys, they don't know anything about what we're doing," to, "Okay, we're too fast, we will slow it right down for them." At the safety meeting, John, the same guy who sent us the email, looked at us and said, "Okay, everyone knows what we are doing, let's get it done." He tried to end the safety meeting with that, but that's when my boss spoke up. He said, "Hold on, since no one is man enough to tell us in person and just want to hide behind their emails, let's get this straight. We are too fast and unsafe for you?" John became visibly uncomfortable and stammered out, "Well, there was a lot of people standing around and watching you yesterday, and I just felt that someone would get hurt if they decided to get closer to watch. I had set up safety cones with red danger tape strung between them and told no one to cross. We had taken proper safety precautions. If they didn't feel comfortable to have that many people watch, then don't have that many people standing, watching, and doing nothing." All Brad said was, "Okay, we will be real slow, and if someone crosses our line, we shut the site down for an hour for another safety meeting." Time for the malicious compliance. We started up for the day. Something to note about our saws, tractors, and other heavy equipment is that we have the ability to turn up the idle, or in other words, we can turn up or down the speed of the motors. So instead of everything moving normally and how it should, which is fast, everything is moving at turtle speed. Brad told us all that if we ever sped up our machines, that he would kick us off the job, even Cody, his business partner. I was cutting with our saw while Cody was in the excavator to remove the pieces that I cut. Brad was in the skid steer to haul the pieces to the dump truck. I would cut the concrete into a 6-foot by 6-foot piece, which would normally take me about 20 to 30 minutes. It was taking upwards of 3 hours for one piece. After I would cut, Cody and the excavator would turn his machine on, slowly turn and stop, extend his bucket, stop, lower the bucket, stop, tilt the bucket, stop, pick up the piece, stop, turn, stop, drop the piece, stop, shut off his machine, all without idling up. Then, Brad would start his machine and repeat the same process to load into the dump truck. You get the point, it was painfully slow. After the first piece was ready to be pulled out and Cody started the process, John, who was just sitting on the sideline pale-faced, crossed my line to ask if we were really serious. At that point, Brad screamed, "Shut down!" and we all stepped away for an hour for a safety meeting. John crossed the line 3 times in the first day and 8 times total throughout the project. His employees never once crossed the danger line. Effectively, John was the only one he should have been worried about in his email about getting too close and being in danger. John kept saying, "No way you guys are being serious. What happened to what you were doing yesterday? You were so much more efficient." Brad just said, "I have in writing that you felt unsafe, so for the remainder of this project, we will be operating at a safe pace." It ended up taking us 3 weeks to finish at that horribly slow pace instead of 3 or 4 days at full speed. The best part? The head of the facility came out to see what was taking us so long. We showed him the email and he agreed with what we were doing. He told us he hates John and that he's insufferable to work around. He said that the success of this project is directly tied to John's yearly bonus. He asked how much we were charging them, and we told him that per piece of equipment and truck and saw that is on the site is being billed to them by the hour, and that John had requested that we have nearly double the amount of equipment than we actually needed or used. The facility head just laughed and said, "Fantastic. I will make sure you're paid in full. Don't go easy on us with the bill." That's how we maliciously complied our way into charging about $200,000 for a job that should have realistically only been worth about $45,000. I even got a solid $20,000 bonus because Brad and Cody are fantastic bosses and knew we made a killing on that job. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Crumbled Newman. It says, "John really must have been insufferable if it was worth $200,000 to kick his butt to the curb, laugh out loud." Another commenter down below called T. James V said, "Holy F, I lolled when John crossed the line. Like, dude, you were warned. Did he never cave and tell you to forget the email and return to a normal pace? What a blockhead." OP responded to this one and said, "He tried to tell us to, but he wouldn't put it in writing because that would be him admitting to a mistake in telling us we were unsafe in the first place." So this job was given by the company to OP's company in a no-bid contract because they knew that OP's company would be able to take care of it swiftly and properly. And then they micromanaged them to death. I kind of feel like the upper management was in this one from the beginning though, like they were just trying to find reasons to get rid of John in the first place. So they said to him, "Hey, while this job's happening, you're in charge. Make sure they do everything the way that you want them to do, and don't let them get away with anything, okay? Make sure it's all by the book." This story comes to us from Crazy Co Kids. "I am only ringing it up exactly as you ordered it. One of my jobs is in what is apparently one of 3 sources of food in a town of about 150,000 people. I don't know if we're just on a cosmic nexus of stupidity or what, but I would say maybe 50 to 75% of our customers suffer from some form of illiteracy. One of these is coupon illiteracy. So many customers do not know what those symbols on the coupon mean, aside from the numbers, if they see them. So when we have a deal going on, sometimes the deal is actually better than the coupon offer. Thus, I end up charging someone more because I have to price override the item to use the coupon, which actually means it went up in price. It's what the customer wants. Other customers think they can beat us by ordering a cheaper item. then making a bunch of modifications to transform it into something else. I'd like a veggie sub, but can you please add ham to it? Don't want to order a ham? Have fun, that's an additional charge to you. Hi, I want a chicken sandwich, but can you replace the chicken with steak? Okay, so you want a steak sandwich? No, I want a chicken, but with the steak instead. Well, if you want to pay the substitution charge, what am I to go with? I mean, you don't work here, and you said this was how you want it made. OP said at the bottom, P.S. Why is so much R&D spent making an easily comprehended menu when nobody ever sees it? The literal few that look at the dinky little nutritional and allergen information and say we need a proper menu, never mind the big bold menu that is literally right in front of their effing faces. You know, sometimes people just don't see those menus. We're so trained these days to block out all of the ads that we see, and they're usually bright and trying to grab your attention. So it's really not a big surprise that a customer didn't see the big bold menu right in front of their eyes. They probably blocked it out thinking it was an advertisement. So what I've learned from this story is the next time I go to a restaurant, I'm going to order a burger, but it's going to be no cheese, no bun, no lettuce, no tomato, no pickle, no ketchup, and swap the beef for a 12-ounce New York strip, cooked medium rare. Thanks. This story comes to us from Garlic Bread 27. Can't fill my water bottle with water I pay for? Okay. I'm in college and live in the dorms where I am required to have a meal plan. I have 19 meals per week. My degree requires lots of lab work on the 11th floor of a building, and we wear lab coats. I love getting ice water after my lab, especially since I have to walk all the way across campus. My water bottle is insulated, so it keeps ice for a while, which I love. I go to fill my water bottle with ice, and an upper level worker stops me. Ma'am, no filling personal bottles here. The workers do it all the time. It's in their contract. Okay. I bet not, but sure. I know workers get free food and beverages, both on and off shift, and I always see them using and filling personal bottles. I don't know why I can't. Their bottles can also be gross and unclean. Using a reusable bottle is more eco-friendly anyway. My dining hall likes to be climate friendly, but they use a lot of paper plates and plastic silverware, especially when they serve at least 2,000 people per day. So I looked the worker in the face and filled my water bottle with a paper cup. It took so much longer and was so more wasteful than if he had just ignored me. He shook his head and walked away. Now, I fill my water bottle with no problems and enjoy my ice water whenever I want. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called TechNot. It says, real power move would have been a new paper cup for each cup full of water. Another commenter down below called TrainBrain27 said, absolute power corrupts absolutely, but there is no wrath like someone who aspires to be the assistant manager. They will try to escalate nothing until it is enough to ruin someone's day or life. Just make sure you don't do anything actually wrong, like threatening them. I was threatened with expulsion for stealing because I used a reusable container for takeout at a dining hall. It was specifically for stealing, not an imagined health risk. Takeout was allowed, but you had to use stupid styrofoam boxes they provided free with tens of thousands of dollars of tuition. Wait a minute, is it assistant manager or is it assistant to the manager? But you know this guy is out there just looking for something to do, anything that they can enforce, because they're bored out of their mind with absolutely nothing going on. This story comes to us from Steve Hyman 1. You wrote the rules. This goes back to my days working at a large public transit authority. They stress safety at every point related to moving buses, particularly within the depot and outside parking lots. We had 250 buses. As you can imagine, moving large vehicles around in tight spaces can be hard on buses, infrastructure, and people. The layout for our outside lot required about 50 buses to be backed in, 2 rows of 25 nose to tail. Rules required that when backing a bus, we always had to have a backup helper. For obvious reasons, backing 15-ton vehicles into other 15-ton vehicles can lead to mayhem. especially after dark and in poor weather. Management decided they didn't want to pay someone to stand around and do this. There were 6 shifters, operators working the yard to move buses after they pulled in, parked for the night, or moved to maintenance. Rules state you never leave a bus unattended. If it's running, someone is in the seat. First night, first bus goes outside and calls the yard dispatcher for help. Yard dispatcher ignores them. Next bus, same thing. After the 6th bus arrives in the yard, waiting for backup help, the line for pull-ins was 10 deep around the block, and all the shifters were in the yard. The neighborhood hates the depot anyway. Calls to police begin about buses blocking the streets. Yard dispatcher is flipping out. The backup guy was back within the hour, on overtime for the balance of the pick about 3 months, since management had eliminated the job. It usually went to an operator on restricted duty for whatever reason. They wrote the rules, not our job to ignore them. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called PN Gwyn. It says, sometimes it's best to follow flawed rules and watch the place come crashing down, at least as long as nobody gets injured. If you just try to make it work, it stays your problem. If it fails big time, it becomes the problem for management and usually gets solved. Sometimes surprisingly quick. Just make sure to cover your butt before they look for people to throw under the bus. I'm guessing this story's from quite a ways back because most of the buses these days have parking sensors and cameras, and they don't really require somebody else when they're backing up because the cameras allow them to see back there better than they ever could before. I agree though, in this case they followed the rules just to watch it burn, and it was beautiful. They stuck to it, and the lesson learned here was sometimes you gotta let dumb decisions implode to prove the point. This story comes to us from Atomic File. Don't like the way I park? Fine, I'll follow the rules exactly. A couple of months ago, I had a run-in with the self-appointed HOA enforcer of my neighborhood. Let's call her Linda. For context, I don't live in an HOA community, but Linda likes to pretend we do. She's the kind of person who leaves passive-aggressive notes on cars, knocks on doors to complain about lawn heights, and calls the city for violations that don't actually exist. The issue started because I parked my car on the street in front of my house. It's perfectly legal, and I've been doing it for years without any complaints. But apparently, Linda decided that my car was an eyesore. One day, I found a note tucked under my windshield wiper that said, "This is not a parking lot. Park in your driveway like a respectful neighbor. Don't make me involve the city." It annoyed me, but I shrugged it off and kept parking where I always do. That wasn't good enough for Linda. The next time, she confronted me in person. "I've told you before, parking in the street is inconsiderate. You have a driveway, use it. It's legal to park there, and I'm not blocking anything. It doesn't matter. It's ugly and makes the neighborhood look bad. Park in your driveway or I'll report you." That's when I decided, fine. If she wants me to park in my driveway, I'll park in my driveway, but I'll follow every single rule to the letter. You see, my driveway is small. If I park my car in it, it blocks the sidewalk. Technically, it's against city ordinances to obstruct the sidewalk. So the next day, I pulled my car right into my driveway, perfectly centered, and guess what? It completely blocked the sidewalk. It didn't take long for Linda to notice. She marched up to my door, red-faced and furious. "You can't block the sidewalk, that's illegal." "Oh, I thought you wanted me to park in my driveway." "Not like that, park properly." "There's no other way to park in my driveway without blocking the sidewalk. Guess I'll have to park back on the street then." Her face was priceless. She sputtered for a moment before stomping off. Thinking that was the end of it, I parked back on the street. But no, Linda wasn't done yet. She actually called the city on me. A week later, a city inspector came by. He checked out the situation, saw that my car was legally parked on the street, and told me I was doing nothing wrong. However, he did mention that Linda had made several complaints about code violations in the neighborhood, and they were getting tired of her nonsense. After that, I didn't hear from Linda for a while, until last week when she started parking her car on the street in front of my house. So I did what any good neighbor would do. I called the city and reported it. Turns out her car was slightly too close to a fire hydrant. She got a ticket. Malicious compliance never felt so sweet. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Joe Wee. It says, "Not gonna lie, I thought you were going to park in front of her house. Her getting a ticket is even better." OP responded and said, "I thought about doing that. I didn't want to cause more trouble." Responding to OP, a user called BK Turf said, "Next time she parks in front of your house, but not too close to the fire hydrant, get a couple of jacks and move it closer to the fire hydrant so she gets another ticket." Okay, I really love this story because Karen across the street kept on trying to get OP ticketed by reporting them, but Karen is the one that ended up with the ticket themselves. That right there is some poetic justice. Think about it too, if Karen pisses off the inspectors too much, they're gonna give her a ticket for parking close to the fire hydrant, even if that fire hydrant is like 3 blocks away. This story comes to us from Who Knows My One Name. "Oh, we're changing procedures again? You got it. I work in tech support, but basically a call center fixing computer problems. So when someone calls, we record their information. Everything from their name, to the reason for the call, to the solution. During a team meeting, one of my higher-ups, we'll call her Paula, announces if a client calls back about the same problem in a short time, whoever ultimately fixes it gets full credit for the work. For context, I'm not here to be super IT. I don't care about the credit. I work my 8 hours a day and collect my check. That's it." One day, I get a call. The client says they were just on the phone with someone else, and they told them to call right back. I look up the coworker's name, John. He just went to lunch. I ask the client if they want me to transfer them to John's voicemail. They say, "Can you just help me?" No problem. I'm familiar with their problem and fix it in 20 minutes. I adjust the record for the problem to my name. I add John's name as a footnote so he still gets partial credit. Fast forward, John gets back from lunch, comes up to me and demands to know why I took his name off the record. Tells me he spent an hour on the phone with that client and he would appreciate it if I would let him know if I touch his records. Mind you, John and I don't speak. He's cold towards me and we only interact when absolutely necessary. Today, he doesn't even say hello, he just starts in on me. I wait a moment and calmly explain how I got the call, the client didn't want to wait, and how I followed procedure. I also pointed out that I added John's name as a footnote for partial credit, which is not required to do. John says, "Oh, I didn't see that," and leaves. No apology, just a mumbled thanks as he walks away. In our next team meeting, our boss tells us from now on, whoever speaks to the client first gets full credit. I asked her to please clarify because Paula told us otherwise. She reiterates the announcement and says, "This is how we're doing it, I hope that makes sense," and quickly moves on. I can see where this came from, but I hold my peace. More background, John's approach is to rush through calls to increase his calls taken metric. My approach is to make sure the client is taken care of before the call ends. So a few weeks go by and things took an unexpected turn for John. When a client calls back for a problem that was previously marked fixed, I restart the record and only add my footnote. This causes the record to go back into the original agent's workflow for processing. Since John doesn't take the time to read the footnotes, he's reaching out to me for updates before he marks the record fixed again. I take my time to respond because I've already made the info available in my footnote. Not only that, some problems require him to call the client back to confirm the problem is actually fixed. He went from talking to me once a quarter to once a week, so now he's doing twice, sometimes 3 times the work, all because he wanted full credit for partial results. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Xaviria. It says, "Stupid policy. First agent who doesn't resolve the issue is creating rework for the customer to have to call back. Customers are not happy when this happens. Take as long as needed and fix the effing issue the first time. OP responded to this one and said, I agree, which is why I take my approach. I want to solve that problem upon first contact with the client, even if I have to bring a more experienced or senior agent on the line with me. Another commenter down below called Chimo Inger says, it sounds like you're doing work that he gets credit for, so not exactly a win for you. OP responded and said, on the contrary, I get partial credit for it, so now there is a paper trail that I'm helping John on an increased number of his clients. With the previous procedures, that wasn't the case. Remember, I'm just here to make my wages. This puts me in a better position for a raise since it now shows I'm doing the work of more than one person, and doing it well. Oh my gosh, do I ever not miss the call center politics. I did about 8 years of call center work when I was younger, and in fact I met my wife in one of them, which is probably the only good thing that really came out of all my call center experience. Also, have you noticed when people talk about working in a call center, it almost sounds like they were in prison? Like I just said, I did 8 years in call centers. That statement alone sounds like prison, but also if you think about it, you're stuck in a cubicle, in a building that usually doesn't have very many windows, under strict rules that you have to stay on the phones and not do anything else, otherwise you will get reprimanded. This story comes to us from Aim Rich. Describe the food? You got it, boss. Many moons ago, I worked in a restaurant that is part of a national chain named after a fruit and insect. I had put in my 2 weeks notice after finding a better position elsewhere, and we were about to slightly tweak our menu, and so we're having mandatory staff meetings to acquaint ourselves with the new food. The only time that we could schedule these meetings was in the morning prior to the restaurant opening so that all the staff could attend. As a closing bartender who would sometimes be there until 2 or 3 a.m. cleaning up, I did not relish having to turn around and go back to work just for an hour-long untipped, earning just minimum wage meeting on less than 6 hours of sleep. Since I was on my way out the door and would not be employed by them when the new menu actually started, I asked my boss if I actually had to come to these meetings. He told me, if you want to work your remaining scheduled shifts, you do. Being a college student who lived paycheck to paycheck, I could not afford to lose out on a week and a half wages, so I sucked it up and went. Part of the rollout was a booklet we were supposed to fill out about the menu items, which included the prompt, how would you describe this dish? Presumably, you were supposed to come up with a clever, tantalizing romanticization of the item. Stuff like, it's a 1/4 pound of Angus beef, smothered by melted cheese and tender onions. But there were no specifics about what you could or should not write. Cue Malicious Compliance. I sat slightly out of my manager's line of sight and looked up the nutritional values of the menu items from our corporate website on my phone. I filled my notebook out as follows. The classic bacon cheeseburger has 1,320 calories, 140% of your daily saturated fat, 28 grams, and 124% of your daily sodium, 2,860 milligrams. The BS Mushroom Swiss Burger has 1,580 calories, 155% of the daily recommended saturated fat, 31 grams, and 126% of your recommended sodium, 3,100 milligrams. The Quesadilla Burger has 1,580 calories, 190% of your daily saturated fat, 38 grams, and 191% of your daily recommended sodium intake, 3,470 milligrams, etc. The next day, my boss called me into the office to discuss my booklet. He asked, are these the real nutritional fact numbers? I replied, you're the manager, you should know, but yes, I pulled them right off the company website. He said something along the lines of, God, that's disgusting. I should be looking for a new job too. We shouldn't be selling this crap. I worked the end of my shifts, then came back as a customer a week or two later. I proceeded to order a pitcher of the strongest beer we had on tap for myself, and then loudly played trivia with some of the bar regulars who were my buddies, asking them the same nutritional facts about the food. The bartender, my former coworker who was a stuck-up bee, kept giving me dirty looks, but she couldn't say crap to me since I wasn't the loudest one in the group, and we weren't discussing anything vulgar. Note to everyone, the food at Apricot Beetles is really unhealthy. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Spinner of Yarn. It says, I think your manager's reaction is hilarious, but I think anyone who eats at the Fruit and Bee restaurant isn't doing it to follow a weight loss program. Another commenter down below called Cool Beans Chili said, that's the perfect way to describe it. Another good way would have been to figure out the chemical compositions of each food. Like for each ingredient in the food, list out the actual chemical elements they are made of, and in what proportions. Then, I would have put that list into a binder to bring to work, and I would have started droning on about the chemicals whenever I could. Did I work in food service with asinine policies like this? Yes. Am I glad that I don't work in food service any longer? Also yes. OP responded to this one and said, laugh out loud, yes. I'm not sciencey enough to do that confidently, but it would have been good as well. One time, I got secret shopped, unannounced quality control visit, and got a perfect score. However, they said I sounded mechanical and rehearsed. What else does corporate expect when they require me to offer a perfect margarita, soup and salad, and maple butter blondie to each and every table? You bet your butt I had a script, and yes, I was mechanical and rehearsed, after saying the same stupid crap 45 times a night. I completely agree with the first commenter. Unfortunately, people aren't going to a place like this to eat healthy food, and pretty much every fast food joint out there has food that is extremely high in fat and extremely high in sodium, like stupidly high in sodium, which is horrible for you. I'm sure the vast majority of you are familiar with the BK original chicken sandwich. That thing has like 31.5 grams of fat and 1200 milligrams of sodium. That is absolutely nuts for something that is so tiny. This story comes to us from Dapper Captain 5261. Tell you what this song is about? Okay, but you're gonna have to sit down for this. Okay, a quick note from Rob here before I start this one. I don't know any Spanish except what Dora's taught me on TV when my kids are watching it. I've looked up the pronunciations of the words in this story, but I guarantee you I'm going to butcher them. So, I want you to let me have it in the comments and let me know just how bad it was. Alright, on to the story. So, I have a coworker who would put Spanish music on in the back of house, and it would be the most raunchiest trap music ever. Bad Bunny, Carol Ha, El Alfa kinda raunchy. Even some merengue and bachata hits are insane when I hear it as an adult. And yes, there would be people just ignoring the music, and then there would be others that want a translation. Well, the Latina coworker doesn't speak English really well, so she wasn't able to explain it, so they look at me for answers. I would usually tell them that it's just a bunch of nonsense, and the songs are designed for you to turn up, and that would usually get them to leave me alone. Not this nosy coworker though. She was keen to know what a certain song was about. When I told her my usual spiel, she didn't want to hear it. She wants to know the meaning behind the song Mesa que Masa Plata and why the singer keeps saying sock sock socks. I told her that we, Latinos, don't look too deep into the lyrics, but if she wants to know, the guy isn't saying sock sock socks, he's saying za sa za, which means absolutely nothing at all. And when he said La mesa que Masa Plata le mando a la niña, he's saying the table that claps the loudest gets the girl. She was instantly uncomfortable, but nah sis, if you want to know so much, I'm gonna explain it further. I told her that they play the song in strip clubs, birthday parties, weddings, communions, quinceaneras, and just any random occasion. So for the rest of the shift, I would tell her what every song was about just to make her uncomfortable. El Baneo is about this guy gaslighting his girl after she heard rumors about him being a player. Obsession is about this guy being a creep towards this girl who doesn't want him, and he's trying to convince her to leave her man for him. Cuatro K is just a raunchy song about giving it to these hoes in 4K. And by the time I left, she looked like she could have lived the rest of her life without knowing all that. I can't wait to tell her what Delinquente is about tomorrow. I bet she'll clutch her pearls. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Gina Terra. It says, Funny how many people were shocked when they finally read the lyrics to Despacito, and that's pretty tame. Another user down below called Reacts with Words said, "You should make her happy and play some songs in English, like Closer by 9 Inch Nails and The Bad Touch by Bloodhound Gang." Let's be honest here, in any language there are going to be songs that are raunchy and inappropriate depending on the setting that you're in. Although it does seem like some of the languages have songs that are a little bit more raunchy than the others. But I'll leave that up to you guys to determine which ones they are. Let me know what you figure out in the YouTube comments down below. Also, how was my Spanish on this one? I'd love for you to let me know. Comment down below on YouTube. This story comes to us from Bad B Herodotus. Terrible manager collapses an entire department. I worked in an accounting department at a small business. My boss, Gary, was great and gave us lots of autonomy to get everything done. It was a small business, and over the years, as is common in small businesses, I picked up a number of duties that weren't strictly in my job description, but were pretty important. We also had a number of processes that were not well documented, but we were understaffed and not able to make any real changes. Things overall were pretty good though, and our workflow worked well and everyone was happy. Not everyone though. Gary's boss, Carl, recently had taken over as president of the company and wanted to slash cost. Gary was one of the highest paid employees, and Carl tried to get him to take a pay cut or a cut in hours. When Gary refused, Carl fired him and shortly replaced him with Matt, who was much less experienced and much less qualified. Around this time, I used my leverage with Carl to get a solid raise. I knew Carl would be looking to replace me soon like he did with Gary, but I was too essential to lose without Gary there either. I figured I had about 6 months, which lined up with about when I was planning to move out of state anyway. So knowing that when I did leave, my coworkers would be stuck picking up the slack of my job, particularly all the ancillary stuff I had picked up that was not documented at all, I started writing a detailed manual for my own job when I had time here and there. I didn't really care for Matt or Carl, but I figured it would save my coworkers a lot of stress. Matt was a poor accountant and a worse manager. He was an awful micromanager with no concept of the bigger picture. Pretty quickly, he noticed that I was spending time doing all these other duties not in my job description. He told me I was only to work on projects he assigned to me directly. I tried to point out all the things that would not get done if I didn't do that. He was having none of it and told me to not worry about it as it wasn't my job. Sure thing, boss. I stopped doing anything except what he told me to do, and the department started falling apart. Customer emails went unanswered, software stopped working with no one to support it, files weren't organized, etc. I normally took care of these and 100 other things, but Matt was pretty clear I'm not to do any of it. I also stopped working on my manual. After a few months of this, but sooner than I expected, I was laid off by Carl and Matt for budgetary reasons. Of course, they listed my job on Indeed that same day for a laughably low salary. I was given no warning, just sat down for a meeting with the two and walked out the door. Matt didn't allow me to take anything from my desk, access my computer, or say my goodbyes to my coworkers. He was also very clear I was not to retain any company documents or information. Sure thing, boss. So I left and I heard from my coworkers still there that over the next few months, things took an even worse nosedive. They weren't able to fill my job, and nobody could cover most of my actual job duties or any of my ancillary duties. By this point, vendors weren't being paid and payroll wasn't going out on time. And then I got the call. Matt found the file I had left in a conspicuous spot on the network drive, job manual and processes.zip. It was encrypted. What's in it? Oh, just a draft of all my job duties and everything I was responsible for that I worked on during downtime. Why was it even encrypted? Well, it had a bunch of confidential data and passwords in it, boss. What's the password? Sorry, boss, I don't know. I didn't retain it after leaving, but it's in my files. In reality, since it wasn't finished, the manual wasn't going to be some panacea for all the company's problems, but I had padded it with a lot of images, so I imagine the file size was pretty attractive, and the password was indeed in my files. If Matt cared to look, he'd find an unlabeled sticky note with a nondescript string of letters and numbers in a random folder in one of my 24 filing cabinets. As an epilogue, about 3 months after I talked to Matt, Carl fired him after discovering what a disaster the department had become. My coworkers both left around the same time for better opportunities. Carl's still been unable to fill any of these jobs after almost 18 months, so the entire accounting department is staffed by contractors and consultants, who I am sure are costing the company a fortune. I heard the board is looking for a change in company presidents. Okay, so it's too bad that OP's moving away from the area within 6 months because they should have applied to be the company president. That would have been absolutely epic. Could you imagine the look on Carl's face the day they were replaced by OP, who is somebody that they previously let go? That would be epic. Now, the part of me that really loves revenge thinks that this file that was left on the computer by OP could have been something to smack them back once they finally got the password for it. Just imagine this. They spend all this time going through all of OP's stuff. They finally figure out that that piece of paper with the random numbers and letters is the actual password for this file. Then they open the file, the job manual and processes, and all it says inside it is whatever Matt assigns me, and then has a whole bunch of pictures of middle fingers. Come on, that would be great. This story comes to us from Semi-Teen-Up. That time a boss killed his own company. This is my dad's story, but he's not into Reddit. My dad is a hard worker. This happened about 15 years ago. Worked for a company that fixed and rented heavy equipment. Backhoes, scissor lifts, steamrollers, forklifts, etc. His boss, the CEO of the company, whom he reported to directly, was a middle-aged Italian guy whose grasp of English was tenuous at best. He understood what people were saying, but had trouble communicating his own intentions back clearly. On the other hand, my dad had zero grasp of Italian, but spoke perfect English. However, he was a solid mechanic who would go on to make the machine bay of this company something approaching a Sherman production line a la 1943. Crap got done. And even though he didn't always understand what the boss wanted him to do, he just focused on the reason he was hired. Manage the repair bay, hire new mechanics, train new hires, and off-site on-call repairs. Well, boss guy gets it in his head that my dad is going to replace him as the leader of the company, because he's much better liked, speaks perfect English in an English-speaking country, and has basically all the department heads coming to him for help, even though he's technically only in charge of the repair bay. And so he calls my dad in, chews him out. We think it was mostly Italian, so my dad wasn't picking up on it, but the tone indicated as much, and manages to communicate that he's being fired for poor work performance. And my dad just smiles, shakes the guy's hand, and leaves. And thanks to his less than firm grasp on both the English language and business law, the boss guy just sent him on his way with his last paycheck and nothing else. So my dad started his own business in the heavy equipment mechanic market, and after telling all his old work buddies about the situation, suddenly got a bunch of new hires, and his old workplace suddenly had a lot of vacancies that the boss had no idea how to fill, because the guy he'd hired to do that had just been fired. He went under about 6 months later. Sometimes my dad drives past where the old shop was on his way to a call. When he does, he just laughs and laughs. OP added an edit down below this one. It says, "Edit, for everyone who's been saying this isn't malicious compliance, here's why I think it is. When my dad was brought into the office, he knew right away that he was getting fired, and he knew right away what the heck he was being fired for. Of course, the boss didn't say that the reason he was firing my dad was because he was feeling threatened by my dad's popularity and work ethic. Instead, he just blustered through my dad's poor work performance and fed him a line of BS about how he'd put up with it for a long time, but enough was enough. And my dad thought about taking him to court, but then, as he tells it, a bolt of lightning came down from on high, and he just reached out and shook his boss's hand. He knew that if he took the butthole to court, he might get money out of him, almost certainly would have, but his boss would have had time to think about things and try to force a non-compete contract down his throat. By just resigning immediately, he knew his ex-boss would never even think of it until it was too late. And he double timed it, putting in paperwork to get his new company off the ground before ex-boss could think of it. So maybe I didn't explain details and motivations clearly enough, but based on how my dad told the story, I think it definitely fits into malicious compliance. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Desert Fairy. It says, "The most humbling truth of business is that you will create your own destruction. A toxic workplace will spawn your competition, and poor services will drive your customers to the other guy." You know, if we look back on this one, the Italian guy was actually correct because OP was going to lead a company, just not the one that the Italian guy was in. He went and created his own and drove the other one out of business. You know, the Italian guy could have just made OP's dad like a managing partner or something, and OP's dad could have done all the work running the place while the Italian guy just collected paychecks and did nothing. I guess that's an opportunity that was absolutely wasted. This story comes to us from Harley Davidson JK. Need me to be more efficient? Okay, here's 100 pounds worth of damage. I got my first job when I was 16. Dodgy, family-run business. Paid less than minimum wage, but whatever. Anyway, there was one manager there who was the definition of middle-aged woman hate the younger female coworkers. Let's call her Smudge. Her mascara application was dreadful. Smudge was one of those people who gave you the most harsh, vicious critiques, but with a huge smile on her face. She wrote the book on passive aggressiveness, and for some reason, she was constantly on my case. Even though I'd go above and beyond in my role for this crappy company. For reference, I worked in an area where I just collected and cleaned dishes, which had to be transported upstairs, restocked stuff, etc. Anyway, this one shift, there was a huge rush and I had to run around collecting dirty dishes. The trays were so flimsy, it felt like I was piling stuff on cling film. So I couldn't stack as much as Smudge wanted me to, even though I was still way overstacking dishes. OP, you need to be more efficient and stack the cups and plates way more than this. This is just lazy. And pointed to my tray that was about to give way in my tiny 16-year-old girl arms. No problem. I got a new clean tray and went to the downstairs section, which was still heaving with dishes, even though I'd made several trips already. But orders are orders. I piled 2 stacks of 10 ceramic plates, 4 thick round mugs, 4 tall slender mugs, and 7 tiny espresso mugs. The tray honestly felt like it was going to break, but efficiency is key, so I used all my strength to lift it up and began walking up the stairs, littered in rubbish because nobody did their jobs. What do you know? I trip on a wet wipe and couldn't hold the weight of the tray, so all those dishes fell and 10 plates smashed. 7 mugs got chipped, but I had to keep pushing up the stairs because efficiency. Told Smudge what happened and she panics and asks, "Why did you stack that many?" I was doing what you said. Next day, there was a meeting about not pushing past your limits. OP, I sincerely hope that during that meeting, you stared Smudge in the eyes the whole time. Maybe even vocally bring up that Smudge is the one that told you to carry more stuff and you were just doing what you're told. Beyond that, maybe making an anonymous tip to OSHA in this case would be a good idea because of all the stuff that was being left on the stairs. That is definitely a safety hazard. And part of me's thinking, if they don't clean up the stairs, are they actually cleaning up the kitchen where they're making the food and drinks that go onto these plates and cups that you're clearing up? Ugh, nasty. This story comes to us from HungryAd2461. Boss agrees with secretary that I am not the office manager, so I stopped managing the office. When I was doing my articles at a small law firm, internship to be admitted as an attorney, I was the go-to person for everything at the office. Setting up computers, buying stationery, paying bills, going to court, seeing clients, etc. After being admitted as an attorney, I continued doing all this because the secretary only did about 20% of what a secretary would usually do and refused to do anything else. My boss does some shady business, doesn't pay taxes, etc., so he couldn't just fire her for fear of her ratting him out. He also never disciplined her. We are not in the US. Since we worked from my boss's mother's house, The secretary also spent about 50% of her day just chatting to his mother, and they became fast friends. Guess who was always the evil one that everyone ganged up on? Yours truly. I was made out to be incompetent at my job, and I used to cry a lot and almost became an alcoholic from work stress. One day, the secretary got really upset with me after I asked her to buy stationery since we didn't even have staples, and after a heated argument, told me that I'm not the office manager and I should stop lording it about as if I was. Bear in mind, I was her senior both as an attorney and in number of years worked at the firm. My boss did nothing and got rather upset with me, and so did his mother. I decided there and then I am done doing both secretary work and my attorney work because I was working roughly 50 to 60 hours per week trying to get everything done without receiving overpay. The unemployment rate in my country is around 30%, and in the legal field, supply of lawyers exceeds demand. She knew this and my boss knew this, but no one cared that I was basically working myself into an early grave. Cue malicious compliance. If everyone agrees that I am not the office manager, then I will stop managing the flow of the office and only do my attorney work. I stop paying the bills, buying the stationery, reminding my boss of important meetings, etc. Within 2 weeks, the electricity was cut off for 10 days because it wasn't paid, and my boss's elderly mother and the rest of his family had no electricity. We could not work for those 10 days. Once the electricity went on, the phone lines were cut because of non-payment. We could again not work. The post piled up, there were no stationery. We couldn't do service of court documents because our service providers cut us off. It went on for weeks. I simply worked around the issues and sorted my life out. One example, when the Wi-Fi was off, I used my cell phone to hotspot my laptop without telling anyone. In the end, my boss and his mother begged me to do what I used to do, but I refused. Since I was focusing more on my actual work, my fees increased and my pay increased as well. Shortly thereafter, I moved away from that office to our secondary office and worked alongside lovely colleagues who all did what they got paid to do. I have been at this new office, same firm, just a different location, for the last 2 years. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a deleted account. It says, "Great lesson. Overachieving just enables other people to be bad at and not do their jobs. Draw clear lines and stick to them. Everyone is better off." Another commenter down below called Automatic Bookkeeper said, "Well done. I am also a lawyer in a country with articling. I was lucky to article with a vulnerable firm. But even in that experience, we had to do ridiculous things. Secretaries love to use us as lackeys rather than arrange the billing for couriers, etc. A group of us tracked our time spent on secretarial and courier services, and the top brass lost their crap at how much time we were donating to jobs that were not billing legal work. Anyone who knows anything about the legal business knows that lawyers need to spend their time billing." OP responded to this one and said, "Yes, because I literally lost out on a bigger income trying to do it all. They should really teach these things to us." Does anybody else find it odd that OP's working at a law firm that's big enough to have multiple offices, but one of those offices is run out of the boss's mom's house? What's up with that? Also, when I see somebody say that working 50 to 60 hours a week is working themselves to death, tell me again how you're not from North America. This story comes to us from Michiga Kerr. Hospital expansion causes parking problems. A post in Am I the Butthole reminded me of this story. Thought you all might like it. Back in the 90s, I worked at the Family Engine Shop downtown. It was an L-shaped building with a backlot that was separated from the street by a brick wall topped with a wrought iron fence. The only access to it was through the shop. On the other side of the building, we had a 20-spot lot that was completely open. The shop was about 3 small blocks from the local hospital. The hospital decided to remodel and expand, but since they were landlocked at the time, the only place they had to build was their parking garage and lots. So they immediately changed their policy to only emergency room parking on site. They bought or rented several lots around the city and ran a bus, maybe buses, to get everyone to and from the hospital. From what I gathered, the staff lot was the furthest away, and the bus stopped at every lot on its route adding quite some time to the staff's commute. They got very strict that there was no staff parking for any reason in any lot other than the staff lot. This included visiting doctors or specialists, whatever. It wasn't long before our parking lot started filling, as we were the closest business with an open lot. At first, we simply had any car with a hospital sticker towed. About 2 weeks after that, we would start getting keys in the drop box with notes like, "Makes funny noise when turning right, have ready by 2 p.m. We would take the car around the block for a test drive and write some notes if we noticed anything. Of course, they never wanted to fix whatever the issue was if we actually found something. My uncle quickly got tired of these shenanigans and had a glorious solution. Use the back lot to store these new customer vehicles. He would have me move the cars into the back behind the customer and shop vehicles right next to the fence, so the customer could clearly see their vehicles. He then charged for a day's storage, and for every car we had to move to get the hospital staff's car in and out. I don't know exactly what he charged, but probably around $100 total for the day. Not only that, but it would take me 40 minutes to an hour to move everything around just to get one of these vehicles out. Of course, the hospital staff would yell and complain over the price and how long it took me to get their vehicles. My uncle would just smile, and if they didn't want to pay, tell me to move slower. Take extra care of this important customer's car, he'd say, while he set up the paperwork to place a mechanic's lien on the vehicle. It didn't take long for the issue to reduce from a full lot to maybe one when we got to the shop in the morning. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called MegC18. It says, "There's a lot like that near our hospital. For £5 you can park there for the day. As this is cheaper than the hospital parking area, it's always full. He must be making a couple of £100 a day. Your uncle could have been rich." OP responded and said, "Yeah, uncle wasn't hurting for money. It was more about wasting our time on things they never planned on having repaired. Don't get me wrong, if someone was to have their vehicle repaired, he was happy to do it and would waive the storage fee even if it wasn't our usual type of work." Does anybody else here think that OP's uncle should have started charging a diagnostic fee for everybody who brought in a vehicle and put the keys into their Dropbox just to park there for the day? I do agree with the commenter though that OP's uncle could have been charging for parking in that lot, and they probably still would have paid it if it was cheaper than parking in the hospital lot themselves, or if it saved them a lot of time over taking the bus into work. This story comes to us from Office Drone 74. They wanted all suggestions on paper. We gave them enough to drown the office. Okay, so this happened a while back, but I just can't forget it because it was one of those moments where our entire office basically went, "Oh, you wanted everything your way? Sure, we'll give you exactly that." It's not the most dramatic story ever, but it's the kind of annoying everyday nonsense that, when turned on its head, becomes hilarious and weirdly satisfying. We worked in this mid-sized billing department, open plan office, crappy coffee machine that never quite brewed anything that didn't taste like burnt cardboard, and a manager, Marisol, who was forever convinced that what we really needed was more process. Not better communication, not a tiny budget increase to fix our ancient printer. No, she believed if we just had enough rules and steps and forms, everything would be perfect. She wasn't evil, just the kind of person who lives for efficiency frameworks and structured improvement pipelines, if you know what I mean. So one morning, I'm standing by the coffee machine trying to decide if I dare drink whatever sludge is dripping out, and I hear Marisol clearing her throat at the other end of the room. Everyone sort of drifts over because these announcements usually mean some new rule. She's got this big smile plastered on her face like she's about to give us a gift. But we all know better. "From now on," she says, "if you have any suggestion, any idea at all for improving workflow, speeding up invoicing, cutting costs, you must submit it in writing formally. No more of these off-the-cuff chats or quick hallway suggestions." She thinks this will ensure no idea gets lost. I'm just thinking, oh great, more paperwork. Like we need to write a frickin' dissertation to say, "Hey, can we fix the printer? It jams twice a day." I look at my coworker Jen, who's always got these little improvements like changing where we store envelopes or tweaking a filing shortcut, and she looks back at me with an expression that basically says, "We're screwed." Normally, if you see something that needs fixing, you just mention it in passing and boom, done. Now, we'll have to fill out forms or write official memos, and who's got time for that? But I try to be fair. Maybe Marisol truly wants to track ideas properly. Maybe it'll help get some decent improvements through. So over the next few days, a few of us submit genuine proposals, like the printer's jammed for the millionth time, someone asks for a better roller kit, someone else suggests reorganizing digital files so invoices don't vanish into subfolder hell. I propose this small tweak to batch certain tasks instead of switching back and forth all day. Marisol's responses come back in this super formal tone, always asking for more data, or a cost-benefit analysis, or telling us to wait until the next quarter's budget. Every single suggestion gets dragged into this endless limbo. It's frustrating because we're trying to help, and she's effectively saying no without saying no, just burying us in requests for more detail. It feels like applying for a grant from a government agency that never wanted to give you money in the first place. After about a week of this nonsense, people just stop bothering with legit suggestions. Why waste time writing a 2-page memo to fix a small problem if you know she'll ask for a 5-page follow-up? Around the break room, I catch whispers. Jen and Miguel joking about how if Marisol wants every idea in writing, maybe we should give her literally every idea, no matter how trivial. If meaningful proposals get stonewalled, let's fill the system with totally pointless ones. And that's how the malicious compliance started. At first, it's subtle. A proposal to move the stapler 2 inches to the left for ergonomic efficiency, or a suggestion to switch from blue pens to black to maintain brand consistency. Marisol's inbox starts filling up with trivial requests, one after another, all perfectly following her rule. Everything must be written down. I try not to get too involved at first, but I can't help smiling at some of these. It's just so ridiculous. A week ago, we solved problems with a quick chat. Now, we're submitting formal proposals about pen colors, and Marisol can't really complain. She's the one who demanded written suggestions. Meanwhile, productivity is tanking. We spend time drafting or reading this nonsense instead of helping customers or fixing actual issues. The printer still jams because no one's pushing that serious proposal. Why bother, right? If we do, we'll just get "need more data" again. The whole office starts feeling like it's stuck in molasses, and the irony is thick enough to cut with a knife. We have a new hire, Tara, who joined right before this madness. She comes to me looking confused. She has a genuine improvement idea, something about cross-checking invoices to speed approvals, and she's like, "So I just write it down, right?" And I'm thinking, poor kid, she has no clue what she walked into. I help her draft a thoughtful, clear proposal. Of course, Marisol replies with, "Please provide historical error rate data before we consider this." Tara looks crushed. Welcome to our world. As the pointless proposals pile up, we hit peak absurdity. Someone suggests a weekly applause schedule to boost morale. Every Tuesday at 2:37 p.m., we clap for 13 seconds. Another wants to label each cubicle with a 10-digit code for inventory purposes. Marisol tries to keep cool, but I see her sighing more, rubbing her forehead. Upper management notices we're behind on billing and sends someone to ask what's going on. Marisol must be dying inside, trying to explain that we're stuck reviewing endless formal suggestions about paperclip orientation and coffee filter thickness. Eventually, Marisol calls another meeting, trying to sound firm, but ending up more desperate. She says, "We need quality suggestions, not quantity, okay?" And someone in the back just goes, "But the rules say every suggestion must be in writing." Everyone else nods. "We're just following orders, boss." Marisol flips through a stack of these absurd proposals in front of us. You can see it in her eyes. She knows she's screwed up. But we don't gloat out loud. We don't have to. The evidence is right there. Her big system meant to ensure order gave us chaos. For a few days, nothing changes. We keep submitting petty stuff. I watched Tara, the new hire, getting more disillusioned by the day. She came in bright-eyed, wanting to make a difference, and now sees how a rigid policy just strangled innovation. Real problems go unsolved, petty ideas flood the pipeline. Exactly what you get when you punish the honest attempts by drowning them in paperwork. Finally, one morning, Marisol emails everyone. Verbal suggestions are allowed again for minor issues. Larger ideas just need a short, simple summary. She's basically undoing the stupid rule, no fanfare, no apology, just a quiet, let's go back to common sense. A few of us glance at each other and grin. The entire office mood lifts. No more pen alignment proposals, no more applause schedules, freedom. Now that we're allowed to talk again, guess what happens? The printer fix suggestion gets implemented practically overnight. We pick a decent coffee brand without writing a memoir about it. Tara finally explains her invoice idea to Marisol face to face, and within a week, we're trying it out. It works fine, saves time, and guess what? No paperwork war was required. Marisol looks a bit humbled now. She doesn't mention the fiasco much, but she's friendlier. When someone has an idea, she actually listens. We've gone from, please submit your request in triplicate, to, hey, got a second, again. It's like we rediscovered that talking like human beings is way more efficient than burying each other in forms. The funniest part is how the silly proposals have become inside jokes. Sometimes Miguel leans over and whispers, "Don't forget our Tuesday applause," and we all snicker. Jen might say, "I have a crucial pen color suggestion," and we share a knowing look. The joke reminds us how stupidly overcomplicated things can get if you force everyone to follow a rigid, top-down system. Tara's happier too. She gets that we're not usually this ridiculous. She sees that normally we're a team that just deals with issues on the spot. Now that the policy is back to normal, she can propose small changes verbally, see them considered right away, and feel like she's contributing. That's all anyone wanted. I thought about printing one last fake proposal, something like, "Proposal, let's never do that again," but it's unnecessary. The point's been made. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Caffeinated But Tired. It says, "Stories like this make me wonder, do managers who create these rules ever realize they're basically inviting their staff to troll them? If I ever run a team, I'm going to remember your tale and think twice before instituting any policies." OP responded to this one and said, "Exactly. It's like they forget we're real people with a sense of humor. If they assume we'll just roll over and comply quietly, they're in for a surprise. Sometimes the best way to highlight a bad policy is to follow it so literally that it collapses under its own stupidity." Another user down below called Filing Cabinet Fever said, "I love how everyone just collectively went, you want everything documented? Fine. Here's a 3-page memo on why the stapler should face north for maximum chi." Reminds me of when my old manager tried to ban all personal items on desks. Within a week, we had identical corporate knickknacks arranged in perfect cult-like symmetry. OP responded to this one and said, "That's the spirit. It's amazing how quickly folks band together when a rule is so obviously goofy." You know, just once I want to hear a story here where people maliciously complied and then it still all went to crap. All of these stories have good endings like, I maliciously complied and did this, and everything changed and got better. But that's not how things work in the real world. But I guess a story of I maliciously complied and got fired wouldn't be as interesting as these stories are. This story comes to us from No Madness, military oven cleaning in 1971. A half-century ago, I was in the Air Force for a spell. And of course, basic training was awful. One of the famous banes of the cadet life is KP or kitchen patrol, being chosen to spend a day doing grunt work in one of the base chow halls. This happened to me, but with a twist. Between casual Vietnam-era chatter and clowning around with fellow KP victims, in what was basically a welcome break from routine, I was managing to have a pretty good time, which drove the sergeant crazy. He would occasionally interrupt to give me a harder job, or separate me from a friend, at last assigning me to the dreaded pots and pans workstation. In Texas summer heat, wielding hot water sprayers and big brushes to scrub greasy cookware involves much sweltering, and within moments, I was soaked with sweat in my heavy cotton fatigues. Of course, I still managed to have fun. How else does one cope? Suddenly, "Robert, get your butt over here. I have a job for you." "Yes, sir." He opened a small oven that was in desperate need of cleaning. There were deeply baked in spills, black and crusty. "Clean this oven. I want it to shine like that table." He pointed at a stainless work surface nearby and handed me a bucket with a hard, abrasive, pumice scrubbing block. I got to work, noting that I was starting to scratch the enamel on the door. Sir, you really want it to look shiny like that stainless table? This enamel? Damn it, how many times do I have to tell you, Roberts? You deaf or what? You hippies make me sick. I'm gonna just shut up and do the damn job, will ya? Jesus." He turned and walked away. I got back to work, gradually chewing through the enamel and down to bare steel on the door, detailing around the edges. It was not easy, and there were parts near the hinge that were impossible to reach. Exhausted and sore-muscled, I was just starting on the interior when the civilian chef who ran the kitchen noticed what I was doing. Her voice cut through the cacophony. "Honey, what the hell are you doing to my oven?" In the ensuing moment of frozen silence, you could hear a distant boiling pot and conversation out in the dining hall. I put on my best stupid voice. "Well, ma'am, that sergeant over there told me to make it look like this table here." I pointed. "I'm going to kill him." Moments later, she was towering over the sergeant. All I could hear from him was, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Yes, I understand." He glared over at me, but retreated. I always felt bad about the damage to the oven, but darn, that was worth it. Okay, I absolutely love this one because it ends with the civilian chef just dressing down the sergeant. It really is true that sometimes the best revenge is just following orders to ridiculous extremes and letting the fallout speak for itself. Before we get started today, I want to tell you a little story about my day yesterday and how I made my dad laugh more than I think I ever have before. So, knowing that we were doing an early Christmas event with family members that weren't going to be around for the actual Christmas day, I decided to dress up and look really nice for the event. I put on some brand new black slacks that I've had for a while but I haven't worn yet and were sitting in my dresser. So, that was great. I looked wonderful. I had my ugly Christmas sweater on that says, "I'm only here for the presents," and these brand new black slacks that I thought looked pretty good. Until we got to the event, and I had to pick something up off of the floor and rip right across the crotch of my new slacks. So, long story short, I had to run out from that little family get-together event, go to a store, buy a new pair of slacks, and come back to the event. Once I'm back to the event, my dad compliments me on the new slacks I picked up and said, "Oh, those look pretty nice. I'm glad you got some new ones because we wouldn't have wanted anything poking out of the hole on the old ones." I looked my dad straight in the eyes and I said, "Dad, no worries there. I usually tuck it into one of my socks." Yesterday was one of the few times that I have seen my dad in laughter to tears while simultaneously trying to hold it back so he doesn't have to explain the joke to anyone else. Anytime you can make your 75-year-old parents laugh is an absolute win in my opinion. So I don't normally share personal stories, but I feel like maybe we should get a little bit more personal on this channel and maybe share things like this every once in a while. Let me know what you guys think about that in the comments down below. This story comes to us from JC Morway. "Oh, now I can stop the ride? Enjoy your 6-hour downtime." This story isn't about me, but about a very smart, very sassy union rep I used to work with. When I was in my late 20s, I worked at a large theme park as a supervisor for one of the roller coasters in the park. The safety policies were drilled into our head every week so that if a situation ever came up, hopefully our instinct would be to follow our training for the safest outcomes of all parties, customers, and employees. Things like fire drills, ride evacuations, and medical situations were stuff we were quizzed on multiple times a week, and could land us in hot water if we answered incorrectly. This is stuff everyone at every level should know. One day, I was working with one of my fellow supervisors we can call Jeff. Jeff was a supervisor like me, except with about 10 more years experience, a chip on his shoulder for management, and the authority of a union position. He was loved by his employees and coworkers, but did not get along with anyone further up the food chain, and he was not someone to be trifled with. Jeff and I were working together when the fire alarm went off on the ride. The process was 1. Stop loading, 2. Kick all the customers out of the building, while simultaneously 3. Run the ride so that all the customers on the ride could get off the ride, 4. Once everyone is off the ride itself, we would stop it and everyone would leave. However, this day we had a younger manager who was trying to make a name for themselves, showing up during the process and make the call to stop loading and kick everyone out, but not to stop the ride for the employees to leave. This effectively kept everyone, both employees and customers, in the building for about 20 minutes longer than needed. Jeff was fuming, but did as he was told. Once the last customer left the building, the manager smugly turned to Jeff and announced, "Now you can follow our protocol." Jeff raised his eyebrows and chipped back, "Oh, now I can? Alright." He reached over and waited for a few beats before slamming the emergency stop. This ride had 3 lifts, which could easily be reset, and 3 safety brakes, which required our maintenance staff to physically winch the vehicles out of it and to a lift. This bad butt had waited just long enough for each vehicle to crest its respective lift and catch in a safety brake. He turned to our manager and said, "Have fun with that. I'm going home. Oh, and I'm filing a grievance with the union for you putting employee lives in danger." The ride was down for about 6 hours after that. When maintenance saw the state of the ride, with a vehicle in every brake zone, they rightfully raised hell. Jeff never got in trouble, but did leave the area not long after that. The manager also never got in trouble, and I believe they're doing really well for themselves now. But until the day I left that job, I told the story of Jeff's wide-eyed expression as he asked, "Oh, now I can?" before turning what should have been an hour downtime into a 6-hour monstrosity. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Storm Beyond Time. It says, "Not just the union. I can see the company being mad at the potential workers' comp, safety fines, and possible lawsuits if the manager had been wrong about it being a false alarm. Even with it being a false alarm, the fire department can fine the wazoo out of the company for the correct measures not being followed. By the way, with good bosses, you don't know if troublemakers got reprimanded, praise in public, punish in private, and that stunt that clearly endangered people if you have a heart, and could have cost the company a lot of money if your wallet is your heart, deserved a heck of a punishment, even behind closed doors." I didn't actually think about that when I was first going through this story, but it is true that if somebody gets in trouble, it should be in management's office, and it really shouldn't get out to everybody else there, unless what they were doing was something that needed to be put out to everybody to change protocols going forward. I'm guessing Jeff did get a write-up in this situation, but Jeff just never told anybody that he did get raked over the coals after this whole situation went down. This story comes to us from Twist Successful 3349. Half day at 10:15? Don't expect us to stay a minute after 5. This is my father's story, not mine. My father and his friend were doing a course which required them to adhere to some corporate standards. A little background, both of them already had well-paying jobs. They were just doing this course for enhancing knowledge and not for any other gain. The course was divided into phases, and this particular one was for 18 days. You were only allowed 1 leave, and if you took more than that, you had to redo the entire thing. Our city was around 2 hours away from the course center, and they traveled daily to and fro to attend it. They mostly tried to be early, but this one day, there was unusually high traffic, and they were much delayed. As a result, they were around 10 to 15 minutes late. When they reached the location at around 10:15, they were informed by the course supervisor that they would be marked absent for the half day. They both protested, stating their reasons for lateness and also that the class had not even started, but their appeals were dismissed. The irony, the lecturer himself was delayed by traffic, and the class didn't begin until well after 11. They were both frustrated for having half-day marked absent for no reason. So at 5 that day, they stood up in the middle of the ongoing lecture, packed their bags, and started leaving the class. The lecturer was confused, and the course supervisor was enraged. He asked them what they were doing. They replied, "Following protocol. If we are expected to arrive exactly at 10, we should be able to leave at 5 too." Apparently, the course supervisor wasn't prepared for someone to follow their own rules to the letter. The course supervisor began shouting at them that you can't leave before the lecture ends. I will mark you absent for the full day, etc. But they just left. They got calls from the course supervisor and other persons threatening to remove them from the course. As I said, my father already had a job, so he wasn't much bothered by the threats, and same with his friend. They went next day at exactly 10, ignored the course supervisor and his warnings, and left at 5 that day too. The other students began following their example and left at 5 as well, which led to the institute paying extra to the lecturers as they had to invite them the next day as well to continue the class. There isn't much more to it as the course was only for 18 days and they both passed with flying colors. This story came out of nowhere a few days ago and I couldn't stop myself from posting it here, however small the malicious compliance. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Pauline's Pen 77. It says, "We have a term in England for someone who goes by the book, a job's worth. A job's worth is a person who follows the rules of their job very strictly, even when it causes problems for others or when the rules don't make sense. They might refuse to do something because it's not their job or against the rules, even if it's a simple task that would help someone." Yeah, it sucks if you get reprimanded for being late, but in this case, OP's father was late and they kinda deserved the reprimand. The supervisor being late really had no importance to the story besides the fact that maybe they didn't get reprimanded for it, but we don't know that for sure because, like we said in the last story, usually reprimands for people like that would happen behind closed doors. I do have to agree with OP's dad though. If they're going to be very strict about time and dock them for being 10 to 15 minutes late, then OP's dad absolutely should hold them to their schedule and just get up and leave at 5. It makes perfect sense. This story comes to us from M155M01. "Throw your receipt at me? Have fun picking it up from the trash." I worked at a hardware store about 7 years ago. We sold big gas bottles, 11 kilograms, or 24 in Freedom units of LPG. And if you brought in an empty bottle, we would give you a filled one in exchange for a price. How it worked was that the customer came to the checkout, expressed their wishes on what kind of bottle they needed, and paid. The gas bottles were given to them outside the store at a loading station for bigger goods. The checkout machine would print automatically 2 receipts, one normal receipt and one the customer would hand over to a worker in the loading station outside the store, as proof they paid for the gas. By law, we had to always verbally offer a receipt to every customer. This is to prevent selling things under the table, and a cashier could get fined if they didn't offer a receipt. So a lot of customers automatically deny having the receipt and just tell you no receipt thanks before you even open your mouth. Some take the receipt, but just drop it directly at the trash bins right after the checkout. In comes the villain, a middle-aged man who wants to exchange his empty bottle to a filled one. He's being a generic butthole and barely acknowledged me, the cashier in my mid-20s. He pays and takes the receipts. He crumbles them up and throws them at me. He says he didn't need a receipt. Working in customer service was not a peak career point, and as every sane person knows, customers are often wrong. However, never ever had I been disrespected so much that someone would throw a piece of trash at me. In kicks the malicious compliance. I knew the dude needed the receipt to get what he paid for, so I took the receipt ball he had made, dropped it quietly to the big trash bin next to me, and started helping the next customer in line. The disrespectful man took a few steps away, realized his mistake, and he actually said he needs the receipt back. I was busy already with the next customer, so with the brightest smile and happy tone I said, "Sure, it's in here," and handed the trash bin to him. Divine Justice had also arranged it so that we had cleaned the checkout floors quite recently and emptied the dust into the trash bin. He had to handpick his receipt ball from the middle of gray dust, old chewing gum, and whatever yucky stuff had ended up in the huge bin. I'm glad to say the butthole turned a lot nicer and lost his demeaning attitude as he was shuffling through the trash. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called the Sanch1128. It says, I'm surprised that he didn't go to your generic, spineless assistant store manager and demand that you, a scurvy villain, fish the receipt out, since you obviously misunderstood what he himself had said. OP responded and said, we were lucky to have great store management at the time, and they were far from spineless, but I know the type of manager you mean. The general rule of thumb was that if any customer was mean to us, we could refuse service and ask for another worker to help the customer instead. And if there was something more serious, like harassment, we could give a shout to the warehouse managers, big grown men, and they'd come to see the customer out. I had worked in a grocery store hypermarket before, and the generic customer base is very different from your generic hardware store customers. This meant that we, the workers, were also free to be a bit tougher and frank with everything we did. Of course, we couldn't be rude, but for example, smiling was optional. Kind customers got great customer service, anyone else just got service. I feel like this one could have gone bad for OP very quickly after telling this guy to go through the garbage, because somebody like that who's willing to throw garbage at you in the first place, what's to stop them from picking up the bin, flipping it over and just dumping it out on the ground to find their receipt? That seems to me like something that guy might have done. It's kinda surprising that he humbled himself, got the receipt, and then left. This story comes to us from Watch Out for Possums. Won't cancel the service plan. I'd like to file a claim, please. I think this qualifies as malicious compliance, as one person being inflexible with the letter of a policy led the other person to comply with said policy and pursue its options in a way that brought about a change that aligned with the spirit of what was asked for in the first place. My parents had a house fire recently, no fault of theirs, and while the house didn't burn to the ground, this is important, it is basically a total loss due to heat, smoke, and structural damage. They have great replacement insurance. While the long wait for restoration and replacement will be frustrating, they are in as good of a situation as one could hope for. They also have one of those appliance service plans where they pay monthly. If any covered appliance isn't working properly, the service company will send someone out to troubleshoot, repair, and if it can't be repaired, replaced. My parents have the total coverage plan, including everything from kitchen to laundry to the freezer chest and mudroom fridge. Since the house is uninhabitable, they called to cancel the service and ask about prorating this month. My mom explains the situation, and the rep on the phone says, sorry, they can't prorate this month, nor can they cancel the service for the next payment cycle, even though they are in the middle of this payment cycle. Basically, it'll be 45 more days of paying for coverage. My mom states that they are dealing with the stress of a house fire and living in short-term housing. I understand you can't prorate this month, but can you at least cancel the service for next month based on our situation? The rep says, well, I'm happy to cancel the service effective today if that's what you really want, but you will still have to pay for this month and next month. I can tell you from personal experience, it's a bad idea to get cute with my mom. My mom says, okay, no, we aren't going to cancel a service we still have to pay for. Please keep the service in place. Instead, I'd like to file a claim on all of our appliances. There is a pause and the rep says, you can't do that on appliances destroyed by fire. My mom says, oh no, the house was damaged, but the appliances weren't destroyed. Since this plan is effective through next month, please start a claim to send a service rep out to the house for all of our covered appliances and do any repairs or replacements as needed. There is another pause and the rep asks her to hold. A few minutes later, a supervisor gets on the line and says that due to the circumstances, they are happy to make an exception to cancel coverage early if she would like. Yes, thank you. For anyone thinking my parents should have seen the malicious compliance through to the end, they got what they initially asked for, and to do so would have foregone personal benefit for spite, since the appliances will be covered by home insurance anyway. Alright, does anybody else think that they should have just stuck to the repair and replacement thing anyway and said, hey, Come check all these appliances out because the fire didn't destroy everything, and you can probably fix some of them. I'm actually surprised that this wasn't something that the insurance company insisted on so that they didn't have to pay out any more than they had to for the whole house. If you enjoy daily Reddit stories, I encourage you to follow and add us to your favorites on whichever podcasting platform you enjoy the most. And if you're watching and listening on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button and drop a like on the video. It really helps us out. I thank you for watching and listening. I hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow. This story comes to us from Warrior44. Boss's boss threatens to fire me. I accept and get himself and his friends fired. This whole story happened in 2021 and ended in October, and it is something that puts a Cheshire smile on my face. Background. In January 2021, I began working for a very big American company in Europe that was and is in the energy sector. At the factory plant I started at, the parts of gas turbines get assessed for restoration and reworked so they can be used again. Each single part would cost several thousand when produced new, and hold for like a decade or so. Reworking costs like a quarter of that, and the part would be good for another 8 to 10 years, with more inspections of course for safety. The customers would pay like half or 3/4 of the cost of a new part. And since we're talking $2,000 to $8,000 per single part, and a gas turbine containing thousands of pieces, we're talking several million for each gas turbine. The customer would save a good chunk, and of course, the company was sitting on a golden goose. Over the decades, that meant that the facility where the stuff was reworked had an absolutely uncontested income, without much competition, since the parts were their own design and production, and a win-win for customer and company. Over time, that led to the problem that competence, invention, or even honesty were not needed by the management of the facility anymore. As long as the workers stuck to the already developed and tested processes and did their job, money would keep flowing in regardless of what the office did or did not. You can see where this is going. Setup. So I was hired there as part of quality control. Specifically, I was to operate a 3D computer-managed measuring machine. Gas turbines get, as you can imagine, pretty hot and spin fast. And a decade of heat combined with dynamic stress has the nasty habit of deforming stuff. You can't have that for sure, so you have to measure the parts really precisely so that the production knows what section of each piece needs reworking, or if a piece is too out of form to be used again at all. The operation of such a machine is not too complicated. Put the piece into the bracket, clamp it down, load the correct model, and start the program. You get the measurement report then as a text file, an Excel sheet, as well as a PDF. The pieces, usually rotary blades, nearly always came in sets, 24 to 216 depending on the size. When all are measured, you compile all the reports the machine made into one Excel with a somewhat complicated method. It wasn't hard, I learned all that in a week. That message was immensely important for the facility, running in 2 to 3 shifts per day, 6 days per week. Like 80% of all pieces that went through the reworking process had to be measured at least twice. As nearly anyone with a technical background can guess, operating a machine and understanding what it is actually doing are two very different things. When I started, there were only 3 guys that understood the machine properly, as well as a technician, Vladimir, who could actually fix codes or reprogram a 3D model if there was a problem. Vladimir, however, was the technician for the entire facility, very busy guy. And when he had to come over, his time would need to be paid by the department, something the bosses didn't encourage, so to say. Of the 3 guys who knew the machine, Antonio is important. He had been working there for a few centuries at least, knew every nook and cranny. And while being a simple worker, if crap went wrong, he was the guy you turned to. He had a bit of a short temper and a very blunt language, but he was honest, open, and very fair. I, myself, am not the most social person, always held back with brutal honesty, and I take my professional, cold attitude a bit too seriously, I guess. In general, if people share my principles of honesty, fairness, and taking responsibilities seriously, then we get along greatly. But with people that are less trustworthy, I basically turn into an ice block. Not perfect, I know, but hey, I don't work in retail for a good reason. So the thing is, despite some heated arguments, Antonio and I really got along swimmingly. What no one knew was that Antonio had, over the decades, collected such a backlog of days off, overtime, and whatnot that he could retire 2 years early, and he was 63. He had decided to groom me as his successor, and began teaching me every little detail about the measuring machine, how to fix stuff, how to do proper maintenance, why it did certain stuff, and so on. He was a perfectionist, but so am I, so I really appreciated it. What I noticed in my first week in the company was the biggest problem there. The facility had a massive problem with cliques, clans, and little circles. If you were part of the correct clique, then you could do what you wanted and remain untouchable. If you aren't, well, your credit goes to anyone but you, and you are a fine scapegoat. I didn't care much about it, to be honest. I am a bit of a rule fanatic and stick to them even when everyone else ignores them. For me, this was a well-paying job with a horrible commute, 1 3/4 hours in one direction. So I wanted to stay there for as long as I could, earn my money, and then just take the next job. There was a fourth guy who was operating the machine. I don't remember his name, so let's call him Igor. Igor was part of the same clique as my boss, Manuel, and my boss's boss, Freddie, and of course his own boss, Boris, who was also his brother. He was working the measuring machine simply because it was the most comfortable job he could perform. He was usually doing the night shift as those paid extra. He occasionally took the late shift, which I always took the early one. It was the least popular due to starting at 6 a.m., but I liked going home at 3 p.m. Igor was, well, as a light bulb, he was like a wet match in a dark basement somewhere in a black hole. I might be a bit too harsh with him now, but that was all I ever got to see from him. He was also pretty lazy, rude, and arrogant. After all, he had an untouchable status due to his brother's best friend being boss of the entire assessment department. The actual story. A good 6 months after I started, there was the first incident with the measuring machine. We received the material in pallets, and it was the firm rule that the rotary blades had to be sorted in numerical order. Each had a serial number and a set number. Stuff went a ton faster and easier if it was all sorted cleanly 1 to 82, or whatever the set went up to. Occasionally, an order, which was usually 2 to 4 pallets, would arrive unsorted at the measuring machine. Then we had to sort them. Since we had to lift the blades out one by one anyway to measure them, it was not that big of a deal, just a tad bit annoying. Igor never finished a set if he could help it, leaving just 1 or 2 blades left for measuring. And even when he had to finish a set and start a new one, he would never compile the reports into one Excel. I'm pretty sure he didn't even know how that worked. One morning, I came to work, and like so often, there were just 3 blades left to measure. I shrugged without care and wanted to just finish the order and start the next. The problem was, the pallets were a complete mess, completely unsorted, despite them being measured. Igor had worked the late shift the day before, and would also work the late shift that day, so I would actually get to see him for a few minutes when I handed my shift over. This, of course, meant that I would have to sort all of the pallets while also operating the machine with the next order to avoid a delay. The machine was a bit of a bottleneck in the facility. Usually, this is a chill post. The blades are never heavier than 22 kilograms, around 48 pounds, and you had like 6 to 14 minutes between the measurement cycles to lift them out and exchange them with the last measured blade. Sorting the last order took me 2 hours of quite sweaty work, while also operating the machine nearby, so I was somewhat annoyed. When Igor came in the afternoon, I asked him in a polite manner why he had not sorted that one order. He replied in quite a rude tone that he wouldn't do that. I was a bit baffled and asked if he didn't know that it was mandatory to do that. He simply replied in a pretty rude tone again that he wouldn't speak about that. Outright refusing to speak about a problem? What the heck? I told him that if he didn't want to speak about it, I would have to speak about it with my boss. He just smiled in a smug fashion and told me to do that. Well, I did just that. I asked my boss about it, in the fashion of, hey, I thought we were supposed to sort that stuff, or did we change that? This led to a 4-way talk with my boss, Igor, as well as Boris. Boris was not happy at all, and my boss was rather embarrassed because it was all clear that I was correct, but neither of them wanted to admit that their friend had done anything wrong. I did my usual ice block impression, showing a blank face, replying in very accurate and short words, and staying all polite and professional. It came out rather inconclusive, with a kind request that we should please sort the pallets if they came in as a mess. Igor just shrugged, and it was clear that he didn't care. It happened 3 more times that stuff came in unsorted, but Igor managed to avoid doing it ever. Okay, strike 1 of 3. 6 weeks later, there was the second incident. Every morning before I started, I would maintain the machine like Antonio had shown me to do, cleaning everything and rubbing special liquid into the stone thread the machine's arch ran back and forth on. One morning, I came in and turned the machine into manual mode like every morning, so that I could run the arch to the end of the thread for maintenance. A second thereafter, I heard a grinding noise and instantly stopped the machine. The arch was an air cushion-based runner, kind of like a hovercraft, where the bottom of the arch would always remain a tiny bit above the surface to ensure minimum vibration. So a grinding sound is really, really bad. I quickly inspected the thread and found quite the deep crater in the stone surface, maybe 2 to 3 centimeters deep and wide. Enough for the air cushion to lose pressure, so the arch was sliding over the stone surface of the thread. This inspection also revealed scratches along nearly the entire length of the thread. So it was pretty clear that this machine had been running with this crater for a good bit. I immediately shut down the machine, informed Vladimir as well as my boss that some big crap was going on here. I also took pictures of the damage with timestamps just out of my usual paranoia. The machine was put out of commission as the arch had taken damage. The entire stone thread had to be reworked, and the machine needed recalibration. It was out for over a month due to that crater. That crater, by the way, looked exactly like the bottom corner of one of the blades, as if one had been dropped onto the stone thread. And the previous shift before me had, drumroll, Igor, of course. He denied that he had done anything wrong, and he also could not recall seeing any scratches or hearing any grinding noise during his shift. He tried to blame it on me. But I had reported the stuff like 5 minutes into my shift, with the last blade Igor had measured still in the machine. Again, it was clear to all who had effed up, but again, not even a harsh word to him. While the machine was getting fixed and reworked, we were put to different work. I got into the pre-assessment team where the pieces get their first evaluation. I made good friends there, which would serve as my ears later on. Strike 2 of 3. After the machine got fixed a good month later, we had collected a massive backlog, to the point that the other departments who did the repair were struggling to find something to do that didn't need measurements. The machine was supposed to work in 3 shifts, but Antonio had left for his 2-year vacation when the machine had been put out for repairs, and the other 2 colleagues who knew how to run and maintain the machine had left for better jobs. So it was only me and Igor by then, with me working quite some overtime for good pay. All BS aside, the hourly wage was really proper. One morning, I noticed something pretty weird. The order I had just started the previous afternoon was still not finished, again with just 2 blades remaining. Every measurement report has a timestamp, which I quickly looked into. The measurement cycle for these was like 3 minutes plus 1 minute exchanging one blade for the next. For some reason, the measurement reports from Igor's shift had like 10 to 15 minute gaps in between, some even half an hour. Igor was still around as he had had the night shift. I knew he was a bit of a slacker, but these gaps were quite big, so I first thought there had been trouble with the machine. I asked him if he had any trouble with the machine last night, and he snapped at me that all had been fine. I asked if he was sure, and he in return inquired why I asked. I told him that there were quite some heavy gaps in between the measurement reports, and that I couldn't find any error messages of sudden stops or such. Igor looked at those timestamps for a moment, back at me, and just shrugged before he went home. That would have been the end of it, if it wouldn't have been even stranger the next shift, Monday. I had, for once, not worked on Saturday, so Igor had 3 shifts in since I had clocked out. I came in as usual, did the maintenance and cleaning, and wanted to check how far he had gotten. 4 orders had gone through since my last shift, so I assumed that, as usual, I would have to compile the reports. But there were none. I was pretty confused, searching the orders numbers, checking the machine protocol and all. The measuring machine had been running over the weekend with no shutdown or restart visible in the log, but also no measurement reports at all. I called in Vladimir as well. 4 orders worth of reports missing is a big deal. According to rules, I also informed my boss that the machine was at a standstill due to technical issues. Both Vladimir and my boss came into the measuring room and we 3 searched for the problem. It took us a while to figure it out, simply due to it being absolutely not expected. Someone had turned off the output of the machine, maybe to avoid the timestamps. This again caused quite some ruckus as all 4 orders had to be measured again with reports, and production was really struggling now to have something to work on. Again, all clear who had effed up, and finally, Freddy had enough, but not of Igor. The Malicious Compliance. The afternoon of the same day, Freddy, the boss of the entire assessment department, came into my measuring room, nice expensive suit, tie, polished shoes, and went straight into my face. I was currently sitting in my chair, compiling the results of the remeasured first order, when he stood before me, giving me no room to get up. He looked down on me and snapped that he was sick and tired of me bullying my coworkers. He handed me a letter, which were the signed papers of my contract's termination, signed by him, of course. He informed me that I had exactly 2 options now. I could either promise to do better, apologize to my coworker Igor, and admit I was at fault, or I would be fired immediately. Well, the good thing about being bullied and terrorized for most of your childhood is that you learn to keep a cool head under stress. So I reined in my first urge to argue with him or to tell him that such was illegal. Instead, I took the letter and read through it before nodding a few times. Due to my cold professional attitude, I was known for often remaining silent, so he took my nods as my compliance. He informed me that he awaited my written apology before 2 p.m. All of the bosses went home by 2 p.m. and came in around 8 or 9. Well, when he turned around and marched out with a smug grin, he left me with the termination letter with his signature on it. Fun fact, when both parties agree to it, a contract can be cancelled immediately without any further responsibilities besides paying for already issued hours, which go directly through human resources via the electronic timestamps of our clocking. I had 2 hours left until his deadline, and I spent them carefully cleaning my workplace, making a backup of my work laptop according to the rules, and then, also according to the rules, cleaning the hard drive completely. The backup was put into the assigned server with all data correctly named and compiled. But of course, the server for backup data is marked as unsearchable to avoid your search list getting cluttered. After all, the same part types came in again and again with the same material numbers, of course. If you know the rules and know where to search, you would find the stuff within 20 seconds. If not, well, good luck, mate. It's only like 10 terabytes or so. I made a copy of the termination paper, signed by me now too, and sent it to my email, which was allowed. Put the original back into the envelope and packed my things up. Then I went up to the office, envelope in hand. The big boss showed his smug smile again the moment he saw me, but was quickly confused when he saw me with my laptop, work phone, and all that too. I handed him the letter, offered a polite nod, and turned around again. He shouted, "Where the heck was I going?" him still holding the envelope in his hand. "You terminated my contract. According to the rules, I am to hand over all personal equipment I had been given by the company before leaving. Exception according to paragraph B are safety shoes and safety glasses. I bid you a fine day, Mr. Freddy." I said that with a cold, calculated voice, trying my best to sound like a lawyer, simply because I knew he hated my professional attitude. Then I went to my own boss and piled my stuff on his desk. My boss was confused as heck, asking me what was up. I briefly informed him that my contract was terminated and then, once more, quoted the rule. My boss was a smug butt too, but he wasn't all dumb. His eyes went big as he immediately realized that I was the only person he had left that actually knew how to maintain and properly operate the measuring machine, and that he had such a backlog already that the other departments relying on the measurements had started to enforce short time work. He was first lost for words and then rushed into Freddy's office to see that termination letter. Meanwhile, I changed my clothes in the locker room, went to the gate, and asked the security guards to please have a full inspection of my person and my backpack. This was likewise regulation for personnel that was terminated on short notice. And while the security guards were pretty baffled that I asked to be searched, they complied. They searched me fully and handed me a written confirmation that I had nothing on me that belonged to the company. My now ex-boss tried to call me all the time on my way home, but I dislike having phone calls in public transport, so I simply muted them and continued reading my book until I got home. There, 4 p.m. by now, so well past his own time to go home, I finally answered his call. He tried to convince me that I needed this job and that all this could be sorted. My reply? I will have a new job within a week. You will need at least a month to train someone new on the machine, if you had anyone that could train a new person. I'll tell you what, give me a solid contract with triple the pay and I'll come back. Oh, and I want a written apology from Freddy too, as well as my piece when working. He told me that I was completely unreasonable with such demands. I said, so to get this clear, 3 times I discover massive BS happening, 3 times you guys try to heap the blame on me, and then you guys literally try to humiliate me, and Freddy does actually fire me, and you want me to be reasonable? Well, I guess it would be reasonable then to just ignore you. Please be well. I hung up then and blocked his number, as well as any other number on which he would try to call me later on. The aftermath. As I had mentioned before, I still had ears in the company, so I have a good idea what followed. The facility suddenly had its most sensitive bottleneck tightened even further, and then clogged full of concrete soon after. No one maintained or cleaned the measuring machine anymore, and being a precision machine, it didn't take that lightly. Vladimir was soon called in multiple times a day to fix a problem, which in return built up a backlog for him in other places. Things I, or previously Antonio, had fixed within a minute now took hours, just for Vladimir to find time to come over and fix it, in a minute. He tried explaining stuff to Igor, but yeah, that didn't work well. Other departments ran completely dry of work, and of course, they didn't want to bear the blame for missed deadlines. So the whole issue was pretty quickly reported up the ladder, and with no one wanting to take the hit, it climbed higher and higher, before it eventually got onto the desk of the national CEO of the company, the highest entity of the company this side of the Great Pond. Found that out via a friend in HR. What followed was the arrival of the proverbial kill squad. You know, the modern equivalent to an executioner, a bunch of guys in very tight suits, no sense of humor, cold eyes, and the strict command to find someone's head to put on a silver plate. As far as I heard, even a prosecutor from the USA was among them. I was called by the company a month later, asking if I would come in for an interview, not a job interview mind you, but they asked me to give my statement on the whole affair. This wasn't a legal thing, and they had no way to force me to make a statement as it was an internal investigation. But I still happily complied, and even gave my signature that I told the truth. I gave them the entire story, as accurately as I could, and openly admitted what I didn't know or where I was only guessing. They thanked me and apologized, honestly I felt, that they could not pay me for the time they took from me due to legal reasons. I was all fine with that and went home. Igor got fired for careless negligence. His brother Boris likewise got the immediate boot in the butt. My boss went down as well. He and Boris were fired for mismanagement. Their boss, however, Freddy, not only got fired, but dragged in front of court. No idea how that went on, as he was dragged to the US, but given how ridiculous that justice system is, and that he had been designated as a scapegoat by one of the biggest companies worldwide, wouldn't be surprised if he had to hold on very tightly to the soap for a good while. The entire facility went firmly into the reds for that year due to nearly all contracted reworks missing deadlines, which means daily fees of tens of thousands per contract. My ears in the company soon sought themselves new jobs, despite in one case being there for 20 years. The last I heard is that the company had to contract the producer of the measurement machine to train new employees how to operate it properly. I had asked for triple my pay. Well, those guys were more like triple the zeros at the end. Oh, and I did find a new job within one day. I was fired on Monday, had the interview on Tuesday, a test workday on Thursday. I was asked at the end of that day when I could start, which was the next Monday. I do manual measurements now in an incoming quality control department. The boss is a blast, the team is all friendly, and my commute is 18 minutes with an electric scooter. I've worked there for 9 months now, and I already am the de facto team leader for first sample stuff. And best of all, I am appreciated for the work I do too. I hope you liked this long story. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Lex Kicks Butt. It says, "These people ought to know that you never offer a threat unless you're prepared to follow through with the consequences. And also, never leave a half-signed paperwork with the other party. It gets signed together or not at all. Sucks you went through all that, but yay for the better job." OP responded to this one and said, "Well, honestly for me, it was a bit of an annoyance now and then, but since I realized very early on what the company was like, I never put my heart into that job. So honestly, the biggest annoyance overall was the commute." Another commenter down below called Viscount Burrito said, "Great story, worth the read. It's funny to me how many stories on here have a similar part towards the end, where the company realizes that the person they just fired is indispensable, and they basically admit to the person how important they are. But then, when the person responds by asking to be treated like the kind of person that the whole business is depending on, the company is like, no way, that's unreasonable." I get that managers tend to think only they are irreplaceable, and they really don't want to have to admit to themselves or their bosses that someone else is actually a critical piece of the process, but here's what happens with that attitude. OP responded to this one and said, "Well, I have the theory that every bad that is done, every evil conjured, every injustice or crime always comes down to one problem: ego. Whenever something bad happens, I'm pretty confident you can track it down to one or more people that take themselves as so important that the needs and wishes of others don't matter anymore. People in positions of power are especially vulnerable to this greatest curse of humanity, and one of the biggest problems is that it is very, very hard for such a person to realize the problem at all, often even after they have the problem punched their nose in. So yeah, it's not surprising for sure that this element is so omnipresent in all of these stories, but the results are nearly always hilarious. It's true we've had a bunch of stories like this on the channel before, and the thing I absolutely love about these is the person is gone from the company wants them back, and they say, "Sure, I'll come back, but I'm a contractor now, and I need X times my previous wage." This story in particular is one of the few where the company didn't cave in immediately and say, "Okay, we'll pay it, come back because we need you," and then they paid the consequences. OP, this was incredibly well written. I very much so enjoyed this post, and I hope you're still working in that job that you absolutely love with a boss that is awesome. This story comes to us from JRTIE. "We don't stop for birds." Many years ago, when I was 15 years old, I was enrolled in a driver's education course to get my learner's permit. This involved several sessions riding around with the instructor and 2 other students in the car, taking turns between driving and observing. This Saturday morning, I was first up and pulling out of the school parking lot when a dozen small sparrows flew right in front of my windshield. I lightly tapped the brakes and the instructor ordered me to pull over. He always had you pull over and stop before he reprimanded you. He sternly told me, "We don't stop for birds." I argued that I just lightly tapped the brakes as they flew inches from my windshield, and it was not done in panic. He reiterated that we do not stop for birds. A half hour later, we are a ways outside of town, a little over 100 miles west of San Antonio, Texas, and I'm still driving. The speed limit in this rural area is 70 miles per hour, which my cruise control is set to. A speed the Geo Metro's 3-cylinder engine is struggling to maintain. We come over the top of a hill, and there's a half dozen wild turkeys slowly crossing the road up ahead. I keep in mind my instructor's orders not to stop for birds and maintain my course. As we near the birds, I show no signs of slowing down, and the instructor hit his brake on his side of the car quite abruptly and yells at me to pull over. He makes me get completely out of the car and started to berate me about not slowing down for the turkeys. With a straight face I say, "Sir, you told me not to stop for birds." He gets a bit flustered, then stammers, "You know what I meant," and orders me to switch places with a girl in the back seat. I didn't get to drive anymore that day, but this was my only major incident, so I still passed the course and got my permit. Not so funny side story, this girl that replaced me was the worst driver I've still ever ridden with to this day. He should have never passed her and allowed her to get her license. A year after this, when she was pulling into a Sonic, she mixed up the gas and brake and plowed through the picnic tables, sending a family of 4 to the hospital. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Still Not Elf. It says, "Did we need to know about the dinky 3-cylinder engine? No. Is it a delightful detail that makes the story shine? Yes." That's the one part of this story I really latched on to myself, because when I was younger, one of my friends' dads had a Geo Metro, and I remember having 3 adults in there and me in the back seat, and that thing would barely make it up a hill. They were cute little cars, but they had absolutely no get up and go. So how OP got up to 70 miles per hour in a 3-cylinder Geo Metro, I don't know. It must have been downhill with a tailwind. This story comes to us from Old Guy 64. Assigned seat? You sure about that? When my wife and I were in college in the late 80s, we had mandatory chapel. They took roll by observing empty seats and then assessing a fine after so many absences. We came to college after my stint in the military. We arrived with 2 small children. The youngest was only a couple of months old, and he was a screamer when upset. When we were getting our chapel seats, we asked to be close to the back and on an end so that we could take the baby out if necessary. We ended up in the middle of row L, with the last row being AA. Okay. We made friends with our nearby students. We are all still friends to this day. Several weeks into the semester, the school president begins addressing the assembly, and my son loses his mind. He's screaming like he's being killed in a pitch that will almost shatter glass. He's not wet, he won't take a bottle or pacifier. I start to make my way past the 6 or 7 people on the aisle. My wife, through clenched teeth, says, "Don't you dare move." So little man caterwauls for 35 full minutes, stopping almost immediately when we get up. After chapel, we gather in the student union to get lunch and regroup before our next classes. Here comes the dean of students. "So, I was wondering if y'all would be interested in moving to a seat near the back on the aisle." My wife, sweet as pie, says, "We asked for that when we registered. We were told that it wasn't possible. Now we and the kids have made friends with the folks around us." The dean said, "We can move all of you." The rest of our time there, we and our compadres sat no closer than row V. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called VWampage. It says, "Your wife knew exactly what she was doing. Well played." And responding to that, another user said, "They always do." Another commenter down below called USMC Lee said, "That wife is wife material." OP responded and said, "We are currently 41 years into this." I found it kind of funny in the comments here that so many people were saying you had to go to mandatory chapel, but I guess what they're not realizing is that OP was at a Bible college. They made the choice to go to that particular college, so I'm sure they weren't bothered by mandatory chapel. This story comes to us from Cutie Cappuccino. Want to create a problem from something meaningless? Have fun with minimum cursor speed. Well, the title is confusing, and this is a very minor case of malicious compliance. I, 24 female, work as a cashier until the end of December to cover the needs of a certain store on Christmas sales. That said, I'm not worried about keeping the job or having the best relationship with people that are inconvenient. For context, our manager has seemed to be acting quite targeting against me and another specific coworker since I joined a few months ago, accusing me of being the reason of divergence in money for change or saying I broke electronic items I haven't touched. Most of the time, I've left her talking to herself or ignored the situation, and some we had a few fights when limits were passed. In the last of those fights, she created a problem over me changing the configuration of the computer I used the entire day to have a faster cursor speed for more agility and comfort, which takes around 5 seconds to change to their default. She called me to talk and said that I've been creating issues with the team by changing it, cause others that use the computer for an hour during my lunch break don't like such a fast DPI on their cursor, which has led to having complaints. I admit I've had no patience for that, called her childish, and showed how quickly and easily you could change stuff in an ironic way. But as I turned my back, she said, "Well, then change it to be slow again anytime you leave." That activated the malicious compliance inside me. So anytime I go for lunch, breaks, or leaving my shift, I make sure to pop the sensitivity to the lowest, both on the mouse itself and Windows, to see her painfully slowly changing it back to normal while having a client ready to pay for their items. She hasn't talked to me over it since then, but I can feel the hatred glances she gives me when dealing with that. Not the most satisfying fallout or most creative malicious compliance on this sub, but felt like sharing for possible giggles anyway. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Oi Laura. It says, "Make sure and select the option to leave a trail when moving the mouse. It's cute at first, but it gets friggin' annoying after a while." OP responded and said, "That option makes my eyes dizzy. I love the idea." Another commenter down below called Coder Joe 1 said, "On your last day, swap all the mouse buttons in preferences so a standard left click will be a right click." I don't know about the rest of you, but I can actually understand the manager's frustration in this case. If this is a workstation that multiple people use and OP is changing a setting on it for their own comfort, they should definitely be changing it back themselves so the other people don't have to. This story comes to us from NoExchange2440. Insurance rep insists on following the rules until she realizes the cost. Back in the mid-2010s, I had my phone insured through a premium bank account. The deal was simple: pay a fixed excess, and they'd either repair or replace your phone. The excess was the same whether it was a cracked screen or a full replacement, so it seemed like a solid arrangement. One day, I cracked my phone screen. It still worked fine, and I had a holiday coming up, so I decided to wait until I got back to file a claim. When I finally called the insurance company, the representative asked when the damage had happened, so I told her honestly. That's where the trouble started. She explained that I'd waited too long to report the damage. There was a time limit for claims, around 10 days, and I'd missed it. I explained that the phone was still usable, and I'd needed it for my trip, but she wouldn't budge. Rules were rules, she said, and my claim was invalid. Her tone was borderline smug. Fine, I thought. Let's try some preemptive malicious compliance. What should I do if the phone gets damaged further? You'd need to call us back and file a new claim, but make sure it's within the time frame. Got it. And I can't include the existing screen damage, right? Correct. The new claim would have to be for unrelated damage. She seemed so oblivious to where this was going, so I pressed on. So how likely is it that a cracked screen could lead to water damage? If water got in and fried the motherboard, you'd most likely have to replace the whole phone, right? There was a long pause. Then she said she needed to speak to her supervisor. When she came back, her tone had changed. Suddenly, they were willing to overlook the missed time frame and process my original claim for the cracked screen. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Prof1959. It says, "I really thought this was going to end with, okay, so I just ran over my phone accidentally with my car. Smashing sound. $1,300, please." Is anybody else surprised on this one that the insurance company didn't say that water damage would have been as a result of the pre-existing crack that they weren't covering anyway? I'm actually quite surprised that OP was able to get them to go around that. I guess the phone insurance doesn't work like medical insurance though, because medical insurance be like, "Oh, you're having a heart attack? We can't cover that because having a cardiovascular system? Yeah, that's a pre-existing condition." This story comes to us from Scary. Delivery stuck in warehouse. So we decided to get a Ring doorbell, and my wife found it at a great price with a national chain. They even had an offer on which made it even cheaper. £58 down from £119. Bargain. This chain doesn't have a shop in our town, but you can click and collect from the supermarket that is. Great. So we order it and wait, but a few days later, it's still out for delivery. do a live chat with their customer service, and it's stuck in the warehouse, but they tried to unstick it for me. A few days later, and it's still out for delivery. Another live chat, and it'll be there in a few days. Now it's getting to the end of the collection deadline, so I live chat again. Answer is that it's stuck in the warehouse and won't get unstuck. The only answer is to cancel the order and buy again. Problem is that in the meantime, it's selling for full price, £119, when we bought it for £58. I'm polite but forceful and try to find out why it's stuck and explain why I can't rebuy it as it's much more expensive. They said I can go into a store and buy one there and then. They're even giving them away with TV sets. Suddenly, we realize what's happening. They've sold it too cheaply and have changed their mind. So I kick up a fuss and get offered £5, so I ask to speak to a manager. I'm told I'll be called back within 3 working days. A manager calls me back 5 minutes later and offers me a voucher for £62, the difference in value between what I paid and what it's on sale for. This way, I can go back online and buy it at the price I bought it at. Yeah, of course I'm gonna do that. So I wait a few weeks till they're doing their Black Friday deals, and it's on sale for £61. We now have a £2.99 Ring doorbell. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Red Kathy. It says, "Nicely done there. Yes, it's often the case when they take too many orders that they can't supply for a phantom package to be stuck in a warehouse or awaiting shipping. I've had that many times. Never thought to try for a voucher off it like you did." OP responded and said, "I should point out it was their suggestion. I just wanted the product and was amazed when they phoned and offered the voucher." Okay, part of me on this one is thinking that this must be a third-party vendor on that national chain's website. I feel like when they figured out that OP knew what was going on and they were holding back the product because they sold it at the wrong price, they were forced into giving them that voucher because the main company said, "Haha, you can't do that." The main company might have even threatened to cut them off if they kept up what they were doing. Maybe not the most likely case, but definitely a possibility. This story comes to us from Smoke Trees, Halloween candy. This happened a few years ago, but I saw another post and it reminded me of this story. So I used to work overnight at a grocery store, think similar to Walmart, stocking shelves. We were supposed to follow planograms, which would basically just tell you where things were supposed to go on the shelves to keep all the stores uniform. Like every year, we started receiving large amounts of Halloween candy. Instead of putting it in the normal candy aisle, we had a seasonal section where it would go. No problem, but it wouldn't fit. And it wouldn't fit up in the steel where we would keep overfilled product. My manager and I looked in the candy aisle and saw it was pretty wiped out without any of the usual items to stock. So he just told me to put the Halloween candy in there and make it look nice. For the next couple nights, I noticed it was selling really well. Day 3 or 4, the store director came in early and pulled me aside and basically berated me for stocking things outside of the planogram and not following procedure. I tried to explain, but he didn't want to listen. Fine, cue Malicious Compliance. My manager and I spent 2 hours removing everything that didn't belong in the aisle and rearranging it. There was probably 10 to 15 missing products that just left an empty spot on the shelves. It looked terrible. We took all the extra candy and just parked it in the back since there was nowhere to put it. Oh well, not our problem. Came in the next night and he had written a note saying, "Please fill all holes in candy aisle." My manager wrote back, "Sorry, can't. No product in store according to planogram." Came in the next night and the day people had put all the candy back where I had it in the aisles. Store manager never complained about the way we stocked again for the next year I worked there. As many of you might know, my wife and I owned a convenience store and managed a second one for a corporate chain for a while way back when. And if there's one thing I learned about being a manager, it's that you don't go around telling people what to do all the time. If you see something that you don't think is right, you ask questions. Why is this here? What made you think that this needs to be here? You give the employee a chance to explain why they've done what they've done because, you know what, some of those people are smarter than you think. And after all that, if you still need to make the change and reverse what they did, you sugarcoat the shit. You just tell them, "Hey, it was a good idea, but unfortunately we can't do it that way." I just really don't understand the managing style of being up on the high horse. We're all there to work together. Does anybody else feel like this is a really good spot for a screw you, Rick? This story comes to us from Sense Competitive 4949. I'm not allowed to drink on shift? Got it. So I work at a restaurant as a waiter part-time, usually 2 to 3 shifts a week, 9 to 5 or 4 to finish. And 4 nights ago, we had 2 tables with over 20 guests at each one. There were also several walk-ins, and we were extremely understaffed. Loads of staff had taken that 4 to finish shift off for some unknown reason. Anyways, I was the most experienced waiter there, as it was mostly new starts working, and apart from me, my manager was probably the most senior member of staff there. I'm 17, and I've been working there since I was 15. I'm in the UK, so it's fine for me to be working at this age. I am tasked with taking a food order from one of the tables. I go up and take the order and put their order into the tills. I then go to drink from the water bottle which I had filled at the start of my shift, and my manager tells me, "You're not allowed to drink on shift, it's far too busy, put it down." So I put my drink down. The next day, I come in for my 9 to 5 shift and I don't drink. Then today, I came in for my 9 to 5 shift again and I don't drink. My supervisor notices that I didn't even have my drink bottle in with me and asks why, and I tell him, "Oh, manager's name told me I couldn't drink on shift, so I don't see the point in bringing a water bottle anymore." The supervisor says, "That's not right. You're allowed to have a drink at work. It's a basic human right. I'll have a chat with HR about this." Anyways, I just received a message from my manager basically saying that he's sorry for telling me I'm not allowed to drink and that he was wrong. My supervisor also texted me saying that he embarrassed the manager in front of the whole management team and the owner of the restaurant, as manager had been giving the waiters questionable advice for the past while, and apparently the owner wasn't happy with him at all. I hope he learned his lesson not to tell me I can't drink. I'm not dehydrating myself for a minimum wage job. I'll drink when I want, whether I'm on the beach or in the restaurant. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called FatboyTaz. It says, "Good on your supervisor to notice your lack of a water bottle. Shows they're paying attention to you and how you perform." Another commenter down below called Contrantier said, "I have heard that this sometimes comes from customers pretending they're offended at workers drinking in the restaurant. My favorite response to this is, instead of telling the employees to stop drinking as it bothers customers, finding said employee and bringing them to the customer and asking the customer very loudly to please explain in detail why they're not okay with the employee drinking water while on shift." I love this comment, and you could take this one a little bit further because if the customer says it's rude for the waiter to be drinking in front of other people, well then you can refuse to serve them any liquids at the table because it would be rude for them to drink in front of their guests as well. Also, I just want to say from the title of this one that said, "I'm not allowed to drink on shift," got it. This is not where I thought it was going. I didn't think they were talking about water. This story comes to us from NegativeNet4416. Customer wanted the computer back the way it was. I once spent quite a long time fixing a computer for a new client after the PC had crashed. The old hard drive failed completely. Fortunately, the customer had a basic backup file from perhaps a year or two ago, so we got most of the files back. However, I had very little info to go on. I didn't know the original version of Windows, no idea what apps they used, or what email client they used. I was met by repeated, "I don't know," and "It didn't look like that before." I continued to be patient, calm, and understanding, bringing up images on the internet to see if any start menus or apps looked familiar. In the end, I installed the latest and greatest of everything. I got it looking really good, easy to use, and all their apps on the start menu. They started getting pretty moody when we'd spent half an hour trying to recover the forgotten email password. Apparently, the security question wasn't something they'd had ever known. The partial recovery phone number wasn't theirs until, yes, it was their landline. Then they find the password in their book, even though that's not the one I used for my email, except it is. Finally, I've invested enough time on this, I've asked all the questions and squeezed out a few answers. The computer is all good. However, I get several calls over the next couple of days asking where some obscure apps have gone. Why did I remove them? Why have I not installed the dodgy cleanup utility they paid for? Why have I deleted the email contacts? They meant autofill, which obviously was empty. Where are the browser passwords? I go back and get a lecture on how it's just not good enough. They have been invoiced good money for the computer to be fixed, and frankly, it's not fixed. They just want it back the way it was. To be honest, I'd really undercharged for my time anyway, maybe 2 hours instead of the actual 5 to 6 invested, because no matter how hard I tried, it was never going to be a job they were completely happy with. Being younger and less experienced, I'd missed some potential red flags. The customer was slightly outside my usual area. They should have been able to find several technicians closer to them. The first phone call had been out of hours. They had been a bit difficult and uncooperative from the start. They had almost expected the job to not be good enough, and during the small talk, they'd already complained about their plumber, how many times they'd had to find a new cleaner for their home because they'd been let down several times. They hadn't yet paid the invoice. Get it back the way it was. The client popped out of the room for a couple minutes, and I was so fed up by this point, I took the side off of the case, removed the new drive, and reconnected the broken one, still in the case. I picked up my tool bag and met the client in the hallway. All sorted, it's back exactly as it was before, and don't worry, I'll cancel the invoice so there's nothing to pay. I made a dash for it. I have no idea what happened next. I ignored a few missed calls and then blocked the number. I thought about how I'd reply to any kind of email or online review, but I heard no more. I like to think that they got someone far less patient, more expensive, and got a worse result. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called DKB Geek. It says, "This is also loosely a good fit for choosing beggars. It's impossibly frustrating to do IT work for people who know absolutely nothing, but they're sure you're doing it wrong." Another commenter down below called DoFarmer9191 said, "I explained to them that it's going to be like the day you took it out of the box. I asked them, did it have your email already set up when you pulled it out of the box? No. I tell them, seriously, it did not. That's the way your OC will be when I'm done. Back like when you took it out of the box." OP responded and said, "I've learned now to set expectations as a matter of fact. I've set it up like a new computer. I've done everything I can to make it easier for you, so just spend a bit of time over the next few days getting it the way you want it. I'll spend a bit of time making sure their files are in the right places, apps are activated, etc. But if it looks exactly like their old setup, I'm more likely to get complaints that an icon has moved slightly or an updated app works differently. Even getting them to actively choose a new wallpaper seems to help with that. I feel like if these people were going out of their regular area to get OP to work on their computer, they've exhausted all the options in the area close to them, probably because they never paid the bill to those people either. So OP, I think you did the right thing here because I don't think you were ever going to see 1 penny from these people and they were just going to disappear." This story comes to us from Luna Thick. "So I'm not allowed to sleep when I want? Okay then." This happened when I was living in a dorm. I explained to my roommates that because of my insomnia, I can't sleep whenever I want. I have to follow a strict routine and I sleep from 11 to 7. I asked them not to make too much noise when I'm trying to sleep. Previously, one of them decided it would be okay to play a song loudly at 11 while I was trying to sleep, which is why I felt a conversation was necessary. They did not like this, so they complained to the person in charge, who told me that the sleeping hours are from midnight to 6, and if I dislike that, I can leave, but I don't have the right to ask anyone to be quiet before midnight or after 6. Alright then. My roommates tend to sleep from 2 to 7, and also during the day from 3 to 5. Now, according to the rules, I have every right to be loud between 3 to 5, right? And that's exactly what I did. Every day when they wanted to sleep, I played music or talked to my phone or invited people over. They couldn't sleep anymore. So eventually they decided that they really need some sleep, and since I won't let them sleep during the day, they chose to sleep at 11, when I would also be asleep. But I wasn't done. You see, they already ruined my routine, so I can't sleep anymore, and keep in mind, I still have the right to be noisy from 11 to 12, and that's exactly what I did. Eventually, we had another fight and they asked me to stop and promised to be quiet when I want to sleep. No one bothered my sleep after that. OP added an edit down at the bottom. It says, edit just to clear some things up. No, I didn't think of a solution before going to college. I didn't have insomnia before going to college. My first semester in the dorm was so terrible that I ended up with anxiety disorder that eventually caused my insomnia. Yes, I did continue living in that dorm despite knowing how difficult it would be with my condition. Why do they have more of a right to stay there than I do? Not everyone is rich enough to get a house. No, I'm not a terribly nice person. No, I didn't use earplugs. I can't sleep with something in my ear. Yes, I should have been given a single room. I had a note from my doctor, but the few single rooms in our dorm were for the students who knew some important people in our college. It was a known fact. They didn't care about my problem. No, I don't understand why it was so wrong of me to expect people to remain quiet while I slept, but it was also so wrong of me to make noise while other people sleep. Double standard much? So I'm supposed to be quiet for people, but never expect people to do the same for me? No, I don't think I could find any compromise. I literally cannot sleep any other way. So what would the compromise even be? Okay, how about I only sleep 3 nights a week? Is that what you have in mind? This is absolutely absurd. The quiet time that this dormitory observes being midnight until 6 a.m. is just nuts. That's only 6 hours. Healthcare professionals recommend 8 hours of sleep every night, so 6 hours, especially in a dormitory where you're expecting to be learning during the day, is absolutely dumb. This story comes to us from Maka is Awesome. You want all the shirts stacked on the edge of the table? Sure thing, boss. So I work at a clothing store on the sales floor. My job is basically to interact with customers to help them get what they're looking for and also fold, organize, and store clothes. Now, during my shift, there was this table that was just packed with clothes, with piles that went super tall. So I decided to start with that table. And as I was working, I noticed that there was a shelf under the table that was empty, and those shelves are normally used as storage for excess. So my plan was to make normal piles and then store the excess on those shelves, because some of the rules of how things should look just say that you only need like 2 or 3 items of each size per pile, and to sort them from the biggest size at the bottom to the smallest at the top. And there's also like an unwritten one where if the pile ends up small, to then add more until it reaches to the bottom of the price sign. So I do that. I make piles that reach the bottom of the sign and then store the rest. Now, as I was starting to store the excess, one of the managers passes by and asks what I'm doing. And so I explain what I already said here, and he doesn't like it. He tells me to put everything on the table. So I explain to him why that's a bad idea, because it can make it harder for customers to get their size and easier for them to make a mess accidentally. But he doesn't care and just tells me to put everything back. So I do and just stack them, and the piles end up being very tall. I'm 6'2" and some of the piles reached my chest, but that's what the boss wanted. So I finished and went away to do something else. Now, for context, our store also has like a baby and toddler area, so obviously, parents sometimes bring their kids to buy clothes for them. After I left that table to work on something else, a father stood next to the table to wait for his wife, and he had his kid on his shoulder. I don't remember why, maybe it was to burp it or calm it down, I don't know, but as the father was swinging from side to side to calm the baby, he accidentally hit the side of the table, and some of the piles that were on that side fell down behind the father. And as if it was a sign of the universe to show I had the right idea, just as the father was turning around to see what happened, the baby puked, and because of the momentum, covered a lot of the shirts that were now on the floor. And so we had no choice but to throw away those dirty clothes now. And there were a lot. Plus, it got expensive, because each shirt cost like $10, and there was easily like 10 to 15, maybe even 20 on the floor. We lost a couple $100 there. The worst part is that the first manager that just told me to stack them tried to pass the blame onto me, but I explained what happened to another manager and they put the blame right back on that first manager. Okay, so I want to mention for this one that in OP's original draft of this story, they said at the end that they made the first manager pay for the damages. But then they added an edit down at the bottom and it says, "Edit, okay, I messed up here. They didn't make him pay." That was just something I misinterpreted from what I heard happened to him, because he did get called in by his superiors. Because apparently a lot of coworkers have had similar situations with that manager in the past and have been complaining about him. Yeah, OP got ripped apart in the comments by pretty much everybody in there about this whole making the other manager pay for the damages because of how illegal that is in the USA, and it is definitely illegal where I am in Canada as well. However, that doesn't stop it from happening. Like here in Ontario, Canada, if you work at a gas station, it's illegal to charge the person working the counter when they have a drive-off and somebody doesn't pay for their gas. But you might be surprised just how often this happens. In fact, I implore you to walk into a gas station and ask the person working behind the counter what their policy is there, because I bet you they'll say that they'll get charged for the drive-off. Make sure you let them know that that's completely illegal. This story comes to us from Shadva. Be careful what you ask for, you just might get it. I used to be a retail manager at a convenience store, and as such, I, not a morning person, would have to be at work at 5 a.m. Knowing how I myself felt about having to be awake at that hour, I would do my best to be cheerful and make my customers smile by lightly joking a bit and telling them to have a wonderful day as we finished our transactions. One morning, one of our regulars came in and I greeted her brightly as she approached the counter. She snarled at me that she hated my cheerful demeanor and that I always told her to have a wonderful day, then demanded that I never so much as smile at her again. I apologized for my cheerfulness and told her that I would immediately and permanently comply with her wishes. I proceeded to do exactly that. From that day forward, I treat other customers in my normal, cheerful way, but as she'd approach the counter, I'd stop smiling and bantering and drop into my natural resting bee face. I would complete our transaction, then cheerfully turn to the next person in line and continue my banter. After about a month of this, the woman came back in at her normal time and complained about how much she hated that I wouldn't banter with her like I did with the other customers, and how miserable it left her feeling all day. I reminded her of her previous demands, and that she was getting exactly what she demanded. I also reminded her that I'd said that my lack of banter with her would be permanent. She continued to come in every morning at her usual time, and I continued to banter with the other customers, but would stop even smiling as she approached the counter. Then turn to the next person in line and continue the banter. She continued to look miserable. Had she simply asked me to tone it down a bit or said she just wasn't in the mood for banter that day, I would have adjusted accordingly. Instead, she got exactly what she asked for. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Rook42. It says, "Customers with personality are my favorite. It gives me something to work with. The average Midwest nice customer is a smooth and pleasant transaction, and these are most of my interactions. But the unhappy ones can usually be won over by going the extra mile in service or taking time to show them you care, giving them a little extra attention. The more skeptical ones will be a customer for life when they realize you care. Sure, there are a few bad apples that expect you to do it all for free, who are certain that you broke it, it worked fine when I brought it in, or your competition will do it cheaper, but those are rare and can be dealt with using a firm no. But my favorites were the ones who would walk in and shout right away, 'Hey MF, what's a guy got to do to get service around here?' I'd usually respond with a, 'Nothing, we don't serve your kind here.' OP responded to this one and said, 'The customers like your last description, I would usually laugh out loud at simply because that was the response they wanted when they did it. It was meant as a joke and I'd take it as such. The few that seemed to mean it in a nasty fashion would get a slightly different treatment.' Alright, well, I don't know about you guys, but I always felt that the best way to treat customers in the store that I used to own was to treat them just a step up from how they were treating me. So if they were really pissy, I wouldn't be pissy back, but I'd just turn it up a notch from where they were and get whatever they wanted done. If they were chipper, I'd be chipper back. My goal was always to make people smile though, so I'd add in something, even to the really pissy people to try and make them smile, but with the really bad ones, if that didn't go over well, I wouldn't try it again. This story comes to us from Homer J. Simpson 3. Turn the water on when using the bathroom. My department shares a downstairs bathroom with another department and 2 secretaries. The bathroom is 15 feet from one of the secretaries' desks and the customer service desk. When I started working here, I was told the upstairs bathroom is the crapper, the downstairs bathroom is the pisser. I adhere to this important policy religiously. After 4 months, my boss pulled me aside about the downstairs bathroom. He asked if I was turning the water on when I'm taking a pee, and I told him no. The secretary closest to the bathroom, Amanda, had complained that she could hear me pee and it made her uncomfortable. My boss asked me to turn the sink faucet on when I'm in there to appease Amanda. Today, I used the downstairs bathroom and turned the faucet on as required. As I'm peeing, I felt gas pressure build up. I took the opportunity to push the loudest and longest fart possible. It echoed like a bomb went off. After I finished, I cleaned up and walked out to see Amanda fuming. Within 3 minutes, my boss gets up to see her because she requested to talk to him. She complained about how she had heard me fart, and it was unacceptable in the office setting. My boss asked her, "Was the water running?" Amanda said, "Yeah, but..." My boss cut her off and said, "We're done here." He came back with a giant grin and gave me a high five. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Neil Simmons. It says, "Go to HR and ask why it is acceptable for someone to complain about someone peeing and farting in the bathroom. See if they have a policy about frivolous complaints. It would be different if you were farting each time you went by the person's desk, but this doesn't seem to be the case. Let her explain to them how she was uncomfortable by someone doing a normal life-appropriate bodily function." Okay, OP, hear me out on this one, but there are ways that you can make your farts silent. So I think you now need to crop dust Amanda every time you go by her desk. Maybe even get some of your coworkers involved in the process, like hiring a shit man. I mean, it really does sound like Amanda needs an aromatic attitude adjustment, don't you think? This story comes to us from Club Wag. Shady boss lied about my position to keep me from policy allowed benefit for years. I found out, and it changed everything. A few years ago, I worked at a big retail company and had for many years. Eventually, I went through enough grad school education to get my license to work at a higher level. Much more pay, more job satisfaction, more responsibilities, fancy title, but the job market was rough. I stayed on with my company to work in a floater position where I would cover a large area and work at all the stores within that area on a rotating but irregular basis. Eventually, I wanted to get a staff position where I have a single store assigned. The area was huge, the furthest store being over 100 miles from my home. And that is exactly where I was assigned to train for the new role. It was a rough store. Folks in my position were robbed and assaulted at gunpoint. Neighborhood was very unfriendly. Volume at the store was among the highest in the state. Staff turnover was, as you might expect, extreme. Well, after training, I wasn't really being scheduled to float to other stores, once a month at most. I asked to be scheduled a little more diversely, since most of the stores in my area were much closer to my home and didn't require 4 hours of driving a day. Boss man told me that I was the only floater experienced enough to handle that store. I didn't buy it, but what can you do, right? Well, a colleague told me about the mileage reimbursement policy. Floaters working at a store more than 50 miles from home can file for reimbursement of mileage over that 50 miles each way. Can even include meals. So I filled a few of these out and sent them to my boss to sign. He didn't quite refuse, but he never actually signed and filed them. I suspect as soon as I left his office at our district center, he tossed them out. Boss man tells me later that they must be lost in the system. Eventually, the same colleague showed me how to fax those same forms to accounts payable, bypassing the district boss man. So I started doing just that. One day, boss man calls me in a panic. He wants me to stop filing the forms. I asked to be floated closer to home, but he won't budge. He needs me at that miserable store. He He promises me he'll make me a staff role at that store if I promise to stop faxing those forms. Staff roles are a promotion and usually come with better pay and a few other little conveniences, so I agree. Bossman says there won't be a pay bump right away, but that it'll come down the road. That never happened. 2 years later, the situation at the store has become too toxic for even me. I asked to step down from the staff position to be a floater again and be allowed to float to other stores. Bossman says that I'm already a floater, was never in a staff position, but that he can't let me work at other stores because it's better for me and the customers if I stay there for familiarity. Floaters do not get scheduled to stores exclusively, so I'm being singled out because they are still desperate to cover that dump of a store. I'm livid, so I start looking. It took me months, but eventually I found an opportunity to make my dream career transition. I put in my formal notice, and that's when the fun started. Remember that whole mileage reimbursement policy? Well, I kept meticulous track of all my shifts, and there is no statute of limitations baked into the policy. So I started filling out those reimbursement forms to retroactively cover every single shift from the past 2 odd years. I skipped the meal part since I didn't want to go through all that effort of finding receipts. I had a friendly store manager sign off on them, and I started sending them to accounts payable directly again. I didn't fax them all in at once, but for each shift in my final 2 weeks, I faxed a few dozen in. We still have fax machines in that line of work, believe it or not. I figured, what do I have to lose? Worst case scenario, accounts payable declines the forms. On my last few shifts, I started getting the checks from accounts payable, not added to my paycheck, but sent to me directly. Mileage reimbursements are non-taxable income, so this was all tax-free money coming to me. It must have taken a while for the charges to show up on a balance sheet because a few weeks after my final paycheck, I got a call from my now former boss man. He wasn't happy. He got some big loss prevention manager involved, and together they started saying I was breaking some rule by requesting the payments. They specifically claimed I was ineligible because I agreed I wouldn't be eligible in a staff position. They then threatened legal action against me if I didn't remit the full amounts back that same week. But I had the email chain from when Bossman said I was never staff and always a floater. I politely referenced that email chain before letting them know firmly that because I was lied to, our prior agreement didn't apply, and I was fully eligible all along. Corporate policy, as confirmed by HR, agreed with me, so I let them know I wasn't returning a single penny. In the end, the reimbursement amounted to well over $21,000, and I transitioned into my dream job. I could say that I would trade that money back for the time I lost commuting to that miserable store, 4 hours every shift, but all that pressure motivated me to making the best career move of my life. The great satisfaction of not only professionally surpassing my old boss, but getting to tell him that his lies cost him way more on the way out is almost priceless. I also shared my story and method with many colleagues who were being told wrongly by the boss man that they didn't qualify for this policy. OP added an edit down at the bottom. It says, "Edit, thank you for all the support and comments. As many of you correctly guessed, I was working as a community pharmacist. I do want to clarify that most of my coworkers, technicians, pharmacists, front-end staff, and customers and patients were amazing people. Between them and my subscription to Audible with a long list of books I always wanted to read, it made the situation such that I could tolerate that commute for all that time. The job market for retail pharmacy was and is very rough, and I can't overstate that enough. It has empowered big chains to abuse staff in this and other ways, and that also endangers patient care, not to mention staff mental health. I spent more than 10 months searching before I found an opportunity, and that involved me leaving the profession entirely. The district manager boss man and the store general manager, who was fully complicit in the lie, are both still working for the company, last I saw. Moral of the story, please understand your company policies and ignore any verbal agreements or HR unsupported decrees otherwise. And be kind to your pharmacy staff. The job and companies are not always kind to them." Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called 02K30C1. It says, life lesson, when a manager tells you they can't increase your pay now, but it's coming down the road, they're lying. Another commenter called Sawsku said, remember, a promotion without a raise is not a promotion. I fully agree with both of these commenters, especially the first one, because you're not going to make any more money down the road. They're just saying that to satiate you now. It's the same thing when a boss says, hey, there'll be more hours later down the road. No, there won't. As far as a promotion without a raise not being a promotion, well, that depends on how you're looking at it. It may not be a promotion at the current company, but it is something that can go on your resume, a shiny new title that can help you get into a job at another company for better money. So it could be a promotion, just not with the current company. This story comes to us from Roseblade Phantom. Boss got mad at me for wasting time organizing. How I realized my job wastes more money than I make. Story. Spent a ridiculous amount of time looking for pens, important keys, and work essentials yesterday. In fact, that's every day for the last year. Spent the last 15 minutes of work yesterday organizing our two main drawers that were cramped with things from over the year, and making sure daily essentials were easily accessible. Came into work today, typical day, things got super slow, so I continued my organizing efforts. Found hundreds of dollars in equipment that had been forgotten over the years, but mostly trash I discarded. Took about an hour in between pausing to take care of immediate things. I was almost finished when boss comes over and starts haphazardly organizing things, basically complaining I'm being too thorough, and that we weren't going to be using this precious time to organize. I asked if everything was okay and got snapped at as boss swept what was left to organize back into the drawer. I then spent the next 20 minutes doing nothing, expecting the theatrics to be followed by what was supposedly so much more important. 20 minutes. It would have taken me less than 10 to finish organizing while not having any further instruction. I open the drawer, messy once more, and see boss's phone. I close the drawer. I mean, this is the level of organization we aspire for, right? Who am I to waste time questioning this? Boss eventually gives me a sheet to check inventories with. I haven't been trained on this particular task, I make that clear, but I'm barked at about how simple it is. The sheet doesn't make any sense, so eventually boss comes over and starts trying to storm through it. Oh, wrong sheet? Man, if only we were organized. Eventually get to the end of it and we're missing hundreds of dollars in inventory. Boss had been helping, so I clearly state that I had approached my task carefully, one by one and in order, with double checks, and I knew I hadn't messed up. Eventually boss asks if I've seen their phone. I say yes. Where? You organized it, don't you remember? Boss barks at me with the same question. I say they swept it into the drawer with everything else. Boss says they don't remember that, and I say nothing as boss returns to their office. Why didn't I say anything? It was all on camera anyway. In the perfect spot, actually. I'm quitting this job shortly, so I didn't feel the need to make it a big deal. OP wrote an epilogue at the bottom. It says, a former coworker, a great one, visited and confirmed that things in the drawer were years old. We have a pretty high turnover rate, and it's because employees either don't care or actually do care and are penalized for it, or both. We've lost 2 senior employees in a month, and I'm just sitting here with a secret deadline until I'm out too. Though after today, why not at least look for another job? I can already hear myself, why did I leave my last job? We didn't share the same values on organization. I felt a lot of man hours were being wasted due to an unorganized environment. I've shot up the totem pole a lot because of turnover and have accepted increased responsibilities. By my calculations, in just a month, we've wasted somewhere around $3,000 due to lack of organization, and that's only from the responsibilities I've inherited. If things are proportional in each department, that number multiplies easily. This means organizational mishaps cost my job more than I even make. P.S. Would it be unethical to ask for a raise, knowing full darn well no amount they pay me is going to make me stay more than a few months? Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Government San. It says, ask for it, you're already doing increased duties. Worst that can happen is they say no, and you can add that to the list of reasons you are leaving. You can also use that higher rate of pay to help you get even more money at your next job. As for the ethics of it, as far as I'm concerned, as long as you don't say anything that implies you will leave if you don't get the raise, or that you will stay if you do, then you're good. They may draw those conclusions anyway, or they may not, but as long as you are careful not to intentionally mislead them, then I think it's okay. OP responded and said, I'm pretty careful with my words, as far as professionally speaking, so I definitely wouldn't say anything until I was certain I wanted to, and had already thought out the possible outcomes. Right now, my conflict is, do I show up with charts and spreadsheets about how much money has been verifiably wasted that I could have saved, effectively putting everyone on blast? Or do I keep it short and simple and say, I've inherited a lot of responsibility from my former coworkers, and I'm being paid significantly less than them. I believe I deserve a raise. Also, I don't pry into my coworkers' finances, but I do note every single time they're brought up, and often mention at appropriate times that it's important for coworkers to know how much everyone is being paid, so everyone knows they're being paid fairly, and that it's a corporate tactic to keep employees in the dark and make such conversations taboo. It's good to know if a new guy or lazy person is getting paid the same amount I am, or know that the employee who took an ex-coworker's position is getting paid less for the same role. I refuse to be effed. Yep, OP, at this point, the best thing you can do is ask for that raise, and the worst thing they can do is say no. You're already looking for another job anyway, so even if they say no, it is just more reason for you to go find something else. And I agree with the first commenter that even if they do give you the raise, you can still go find a better job and use that raise to get even more money at that better job. I think either way you go on this one, you're going to come out ahead. This story comes to us from MD Lapla. New boss gives angry me an impossible task. I don't know if this is exactly malicious compliance, kind of a revenge story. I used to work for a big IT consulting company notorious for not paying overtime. I worked for a client's migration project for almost 1.5 years, leading the functional migration team. The three of us worked for the client 3 years before the start of the migration project, so we knew the data we had to migrate, all the nuances, and 2 weeks before the migration date, 99% of the data was already migrated and validated. We only did the day-by-day new data and sag off pretty much those last 2 weeks. Other managers that outranked me became extremely angry about our calmness because the part she led was behind schedule due to her bad scheduling, and everyone was being overworked because of her mishaps. Come migration date Saturday starting at 9 a.m., everyone was expecting long hours of work, but we clocked out at noon with the data validated with the client and the go-ahead signed, sealed, and delivered. My team got a written commendation from the client. The manager's team spent the entire weekend there. She got a complaint letter from the client. The manager complained about us and made me and my senior analyst spend the next month waiting for incidences, bugs, and complaints. We got 5 in the whole month. My senior analyst spent 8 hours a day studying a new language. I took the chance to update my CV, I wanted out, and pretty much help a couple former colleagues that needed to solve bugs and problems within the manager's team responsibilities. A couple weeks later, evaluation time. At the IT company, everyone was graded A to D, A being exceeding expectations, D being you're out of here. B was good, C was pretty much, I'm starting to think you might not be good to work here. Given the commendation from the client, I was expecting an A. My evaluation was done by the manager and my mentor, a close friend with the manager. They gave me a C because we didn't see any pressure on your work and you certainly lack motivation. I complained and took a long overdue, already planned month-long vacation. This was June. After that, back at work, I was assigned to a project on another client led by manager's husband. He wanted me to prepare 122 integrations with different systems in 4 months. I told him that in the previous project led by his wife, they took 2 years to have 12 integrations ready, but I would give it a shot. I even emailed him the planning where it clearly showed the time they took. 2 of those months were July and August, months where pretty much all the client goes on holiday. Manager and wife also went on holiday pretty much all of August. I spent those 2 months chasing people around the client's office, but starting September, 6 integrations were closed and 6 more were almost closed pending validation. Manager came back from holidays and was furious. He called me a slacker and started telling me that his wife was right, that I lacked motivation, and that I would need to spend the rest of the project duration working till midnight to make up for lost time. And I said, no, I won't do an hour more than what you're paying. I told you that your expectations were unrealistic, and you went ahead with them anyways. He went ballistic. I replied, I just lack motivation to work in your project. I want out of the project. I was out of the project in no time. I got a call from my mentor. She said that they were evaluating firing me without pay because of this. I told them about the unrealistic planning. She said that I was being unrealistic and that the planning was good. I produced the email I sent the manager. My mentor went quiet. A minute later, she told me, what do you want? If you can't guarantee I won't do an hour of overtime ever again, I want out, full severance, and then some, and I want the company to make it look like I quit, not that you fired me. She went quiet again. She said she'll see what she can do. I was out of there smiling by the end of the day. P.S. From the team that remained in the project, 4 guys were on my team before the migration project. They all complained. They all got out of the project as well. As far as I know, the project took twice the expected time to be completed. Manager's husband nearly got fired. Wife held a lot of power and managed to save his butt. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Uber Noober. It says, not the point of your post, but I want to point out that a mentor, among other things, is a person that has your back and advocates for you. Your mentor doesn't sound like much of a mentor. OP responded and said she was, until her friend complained against me. Another user called 4Dwarf said, so in the 2 months you worked on it, you got 6 done and 6 one step away from being done. If I'm reading your post right, you did the same amount of work they did in almost 2 years. I know nothing of your field work, but it sounds like you just knocked them out the best you could in a reasonable time frame. OP responded and said, I actually did my best with the time and situation I was dealt with. I told them I was going to give it a shot, and I did. The manager really thought that it was a piece of cake when it wasn't. Don't you love when a manager says, you lack motivation, and then they toss so much work on you that it's impossible to get it done in the time frame that they're looking for? It almost feels like they're trying to get you out without actually saying they want you to leave. This story comes to us from Condiments for You and is titled, Condiments the Great. Hi all, Happy New Year's. In reviewing some of my best memories of the last few years, I remembered an incident of malicious compliance that I found overwhelmingly satisfying and thought it'd be worth sharing. While not as outrageous as some of the stories here, it left me feeling like I stuck it to our corporate overlords a bit. To set the stage, I moved back to the US to take a job at a pretty big firm where I was also tasked with executive assistant responsibilities. My boss would regularly send me downstairs to our local bank to pick up and deposit cash. Having newly moved back to the US, I needed to set up a bank account for direct deposits and figured the one downstairs makes sense. Also, it made depositing paychecks quicker and easier. On the day I went to open the account, the manager of the branch sat me down to go through all the paperwork. She was nice enough at first, and I got through everything quite quickly. That said, when it came to the Signuate portion, I thought I'd have a bit of fun with it and create a silly signature. Having just watched a Roman documentary the night before, I made my signature Condiments the Great. Obviously, I used my first name in place of Condiments. The manager did not bat an eye, assuming she didn't read it, and said she'd process everything and give me a call when my card is ready to collect. Cut to a little later, I receive a call from the manager saying there's something wrong with the paperwork and I needed to come down to correct it. When I asked what the problem was, she says I'm not allowed to have a signature like that and I need to redo it using my actual name. I say okay and that I'll be right down. This kind of pissed me off though, because I've seen wild signatures that hardly resemble letters, yet they were still accepted. I did some quick research and found that legally, a signature can be any mark that I plan on using consistently. It didn't have to be a name or even resemble letters. Being bored that day, I decided to press it and print out the laws regarding signatures and bring them with me to the bank. When I met the manager, I told her that I'd actually like to keep the signature as is and provided her with the documents I printed outlining the laws. She did not seem enthused at all and said she'd need a moment to discuss with her superiors. A few minutes later, she comes back and says, while I'm correct about the law, they require the signature to match the one on my driver's license since that's the one currently associated with me. I pushed back and mentioned that I wanted to have a new signature, but she was firm on it matching my ID or they wouldn't open my account. Cue Malicious Compliance. I realized then that since the state I moved to was different from the one I lived in before, I had to legally update my license. So I told the manager I'd think it over and get back to her soon. I hurried upstairs and made a DMV appointment for later that week to get a new license. The day of the DMV appointment, I brought everything I needed to ensure I walked out with a new license. When it was time for me to provide a signature for the license, I again wrote Condiments the Great and was again met with pushback. The teller literally said, "Sir, this is the DMV and we don't play games like that." Well, I whipped out the law to show them that I am actually allowed to use this as my signature, and the teller's ego deflated real fast. Long story short, I walked out that day with a shiny new license and my new signature. I drove directly from the DMV back to the bank and met with the teller. I told her that I will agree to sign the documents using the same signature on my license. I don't think she could have looked any more smug. She took me back to the office and sat me down to re-sign the documents, and I did so as Condiments the Great. When she saw this, she practically started shouting about how I'm wasting their time and either need to get serious or they'll have me escorted out. This is when I slowly removed my brand new ID and slid it across the desk. Her face went blank, and I honestly couldn't tell what she was thinking. She asked me to leave the office for a moment so she could make a call. 10 minutes later, she comes out and says, while my signature does match the one on my license, they are just refusing to do business with me and asked me to leave. Not knowing the legality of that, I said okay and accepted defeat. I walked back up to my office and told my boss that they're not allowing me to open an account. I told him the full story, and he actually found it hilarious. He then said that he'd handle it. Later that day, I received a call from the bank saying that they'd changed their mind and that they've opened the checking and savings account I requested. I went to speak with my boss after, who said that he had a productive chat with the manager. Knowing how much business he provides the bank, he was happy enough to bluff on my behalf. He essentially told the manager that not allowing me to open an account was directly affecting his business, and that if they don't oblige, he'd close his accounts and take his business elsewhere. Apparently that threat hit hard, and the manager quickly backtracked, saying that they never refused my business, just had to get approval from upper management. At the end of the day, I was victorious, and I still use this signature on all official documents. It's a bit silly, but it's my trophy and a good conversation starter. Oh, OP, it sounds like they were really banking on you being just another average customer, but you weren't about to give up. You deposited a little extra effort to stand out. Clearly, they couldn't account for your level of persistence, and it's a good thing you didn't let them withdraw their patience so quickly. The whole saga is a telltale sign of what happens when someone underestimates you. Your boss stepping in to help balance the scales definitely deserves some credit. In the end, it looks like the bank finally showed some interest in your unique style, even though they tried to cash out early on. Moral of the story, never loan your time to people who don't appreciate your greatness. This story comes to us from John Galt 314, my new favorite customer. I own and run a residential light commercial HVAC contracting company. We have a customer, we'll call him Tom, that contacted us for a residential breakdown. Tom told us that he had a home warranty, and we informed him that their repayment policy is often different than our billing rates, and that regardless of their payment, he would be individually responsible for the full amount of the bill. The repair was a smallish fix for just $228. Bear in mind that home warranty companies are notoriously stingy with payments, if they pay at all. We won't work directly with them for this reason. Sure enough, the home warranty company paid only $153 of the invoice, leaving a balance due of $75. Tom wasn't happy about having to pay this bill, so he began paying us $1 per week automatically by check through his online banking platform. Neither I nor my bookkeeper were exactly excited by this because it takes the same amount of her time to process a $1 check as it does a $1,000 check, but we decided to take our lumps. Here we are, now exactly 76 weeks later, and Mr. Tom has accidentally paid us $1 too much, so he put a stop payment on the final $1 check. I actually made it a point to look up the stop check payment policy from his bank and saw that he would have to pay $35 to do this. I honestly have nothing but respect for this amount of spite. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Von Blankenstein. It says, "It's just odd that he decides you are the bad guy instead of the home warranty company." Yeah, I'm not sure about that one because the home warranty company did tell him that they pay a standard rate, so the customer probably feels like he's being overcharged by OP's company because OP's company isn't charging the quote-unquote standard rate. You really do have to admire the persistence of this customer, but you also have to admire OP and the fact that they didn't start tacking on interest once this had gone over 30 days. This story comes to us from True Half Crack. Won't release my car? Great idea. I'll call the cops. This is a few years back, though I am still driving my 2005 Santa Fe that's involved with this little dust-up. I had just gotten a new job in a different state, and because it was somewhat of a promotion, the company paid entirely for the move. After seeing all of my stuff packed away safely, the movers started heading to the new state. But as they were driving a different route to avoid icy roads through the Rockies, they were going to take a little longer. So we drove through the night and ended up staying at a hotel. On the way over, I noticed my brakes starting to vibrate just a bit on the descent into the new state, and they were squeaking a tad. New brake pads, maybe new rotors if they can't be machined, no big deal, right? So after we got our stuff unloaded and into the new place, I take the car to a mechanic shop that had good ratings and was even recommended to me by a coworker. But I swear they took a look at my out-of-state license plate and saw dollar signs. When I dropped off the car, I signed the work order for a tire rotation, I know, I'm lazy, and a free inspection, just wanting them to confirm my suspicion on the brakes. I specifically told them to not do any work unless I specifically authorized them over the phone and in writing. You can probably guess what happened next. I called after about an hour to see what they'd found, and sure enough, the boss of that shop said that, unfortunately, I not only needed new pads and rotors, but new calipers as well, totaling $1,200. But not to worry, as they'd already started working on it and would have it done in just under a couple hours. Needless to say, I was pissed as hell, and told him that I had not authorized that, nor did I agree that those repairs were likely necessary. I told him I would be over in a minute to cease all work on the car, and that I would talk to him in person. On the way over, I called a different shop, one that had better ratings, and the one I eventually used for every car-related need after this for the rest of the time I lived in that state, and explained the situation. She said that it was highly suspect that they wanted to replace the calipers, but that they'd be happy to give me a second opinion, of course, and that they usually ran around $300 for new pads and rotors. I always get a second and sometimes third opinion on non-emergency repairs like this, just because of the skewed incentives on the dodgy repair places to trump up what's needed, like the original place was doing. Anyway, I get to the repair shop and proceed to tell the manager that I was taking my car elsewhere for a second opinion, and that if he was right and the calipers needed to be replaced along with the rest of the brake assembly, I would be happy to have him bid on the work. He responded that he'd be happy to have my car towed to a different shop for $150, but that he was legally obligated to hold my car as it was an unsafe vehicle, and he would be liable for any damages that ensued if my brakes were to fail should I leave. I knew this was BS. We yelled about it for 10 minutes, with him every time refusing to budge, saying that he'd have it towed for $150 or do the repairs, nothing else. I told him he was committing grand theft auto, and that I would call the cops if he didn't put my car back together and let me drive away. He told me to do it, that they would back him 100%, and they might fine me for driving with completely destroyed brakes. So I did. I called the non-emergency police line and was eventually transferred to a very nice female police officer, and I calmly explained to her my situation. She was super helpful and confirmed, of course, that the mechanic had no legal basis to hold my car against my will. And although she did warn me that I was, of course, liable for any and all problems that might arise if I was indeed driving with bad brakes, it wasn't his problem. She actually laughed at him, saying he was liable if I got into a wreck after I left, and that he was in violation of the law. So I took my cell phone in and had him talk to her, and he proceeded to be a massive butthole to her on the phone. At first, not believing that she was, in fact, a real police officer, and then insisting that she didn't know what she was talking about. He'd done this before, and he knew the law. He still didn't believe she was a real, actual police officer, so she promised that he'd find out soon enough. She told me she said that after he handed the phone back to me. 15 minutes later, after I waited outside, because I was really close to just losing it talking to this effing butthole, a squad car rolls up and asks me where the manager is. They were informed already of the situation, walked up to the guy, and handed him something I assume was either a ticket or a summons or something. They wouldn't tell me what afterward, but they did look satisfied as all hell and were super nice to me, and told him to put my car back together immediately and let me go. This had all been over 4 hours from the time I dropped my car off to the time they drove it out of the bay ready for me to drive away. And after all that, he hands me the bill, $50 for a tire rotation and $100 for the inspection. I had a copy of the original, of course, and told him to go F himself on the inspection fee. And looking at my car outside, I told him to see for himself that the tires weren't actually rotated. The cops were still there too, so there wasn't much he could do but let me sign a $0 work order for nothing and walk away. It was glorious. And of course, the other repair shop said it was just the pads that needed to be replaced, and they were able to machine the rotors so that there wasn't a hint of vibration. All told, $200, and a great new mechanic I could trust in a new area to boot. Seriously, when I find a mechanic or a dentist that I know is honest, I will remain loyal to them until I die or move more than 4 hours away. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Yum Iced Coffee. It says, "Okay, dumb question. How can you tell when the tires haven't been rotated? I mean, they all look the same, right?" OP responded to this one and said, "The two on the front were quite a bit more worn down than the ones on the back, enough to where you could see the difference even from a bit of distance, hence why I wanted to rotate them. And that's not a dumb question at all." Hey OP, I have a question. Were you really tired of dealing with that butthole? Oh, I'm gonna get murdered in the comments. Hey, speaking of getting murdered, have you guys checked out my new podcast yet called Karma Crime? It is available on all major podcasting platforms. We've released 3 episodes already, and I would love for you to have a listen and give us a 5-star rating on whichever podcasting platform you enjoy the most. This story comes to us from CompFreak530. Sometimes the mechanic is right. I think this fits here, not much of a writer, so forgive me for grammatical errors. Little backstory here, I am a professional mechanic and have been for a little over 10 years. I specialize in diagnostics and heavy repair at a do-all shop. Basically, we work on all makes and models. Now, being a mechanic, we have seen the spectrum of customers who get mad over something they did, bad parts and whatnot, but this story, even after 5 years, still makes me chuckle. It was a normal day when this lady drove her Hyundai van in for a diagnosis. Think an older looking Karen. Nothing unusual about her at first. She comes up and says her check engine light came on and the car just does not want to move like it used to. No problem, I tell her. As we write up the work order and everything, I get to work while she waits. Upon pulling the van in, I notice it's making a noise. So I shut it down and immediately plugged in my scanner to read the computers in the car for errors. A bunch of error codes pop up. After looking over them, I see they all lead in the direction of timing issues. My thought is, oh, the timing belt jumped, easy. Timing belt is a very critical part of some engines. It keeps the crankshaft and camshafts in perfect alignment. So I open the hood and go to pull the covers to expose the belt and check the condition. I had to take a few steps and let out a very audible, holy crap, with part of the cover off. I found half the belt missing, most likely disintegrated from age, and the other is literally about to break completely. I see a few strands left holding this belt together. It's a miracle it ran even to get into my bay. Just an FYI, this particular engine is designed with tight tolerances, such as if the timing is too far off, basically it destroys the engine. The valves slam into the pistons, broken metal, banging, bad things that cost a lot of money. We look it over and see the vehicle is $30,000 past the recommended change for a timing belt. It's amazing this thing runs. We inform the customer and bring her out to the shop and show her what we found. We try to explain it in as layman terms as possible while still respecting her. Some old ladies know their crap on cars, it's crazy. She sees it and from my story appears to understand completely. I inform her it's a miracle it even drove in. I highly recommend she not drive it or even start the engine until after the belt has been replaced. We go up front and go over timing belt replacement package with her and cost of labor and parts. She flat out goes, "No, I don't trust you people." We get that a lot. I try to answer any questions she might have, but no, she's not having any of it. I let her know we will price match anyone in town and that I have already marked it down way below normal price to try and help her out. But again, no, she wants her car back. I suggest she tow it to where she wants and she flips on me. "I drove my car in, I'm going to drive it out." Okay. I immediately have her sign a waiver that she understands what can happen and we are not liable. By this point, we have reassembled the covers and pushed the van out to the parking lot. I again try to reason with her that it's a bad idea to run this engine. The belt replacement is only a few $100s versus $5,000 for a replacement engine. "No, I'm driving it." She almost refused to pay our diagnostic fee until I told her I can hold the car indefinitely without payment. This whole time I'm trying to be nice, but by now she's been screaming at me and my coworkers for 30 minutes saying I'm holding her vehicle hostage and that I'm trying to sell her repairs she knows she does not need. And as for the malicious compliance, I handed her the keys, which she basically ripped from my hands and stormed out. We all kind of gathered to see if it would even start. We heard the engine crank, fire up, then bam, followed by stall. We couldn't believe it. She attempted to start it again, this time the engine just free spinning with no compression. The belt broke and the engine had been damaged. Oh great, here goes the next hour of my life, though I'm trying hard not to laugh. She opened her door with enough force that I'm surprised it did not break. She starts screaming at me, telling me I sabotaged her and I have to fix it. We informed her of her choices, and that only made her turn a shade of red I did not think was possible. She kind of went into a scream, squeal, yell thing that I can't explain. I only made a few words like lawyer, sue, cops, as well as every expletive in the book. She told me if we did not fix it, she would call the police, corporate, managers, Yelp, the whole thing. We just said we warned her beforehand, but she did not listen. The fault was hers and hers only. She starts screaming in the parking lot, and we just went back inside, laughing with a few of our other customers who were waiting. They heard it all. About 10 minutes later, our local police shows up, demanding to know what happened and how we destroyed her car. I go over it with them away from her. We show them our photo evidence attached to the work order and the written release of liability she signed. They agreed with us. Watching them walk back to her and seeing the grin slowly turn into disbelief was priceless. The van sat in our lot for almost a month while she tried to get our management and corp to pay for it. They all denied it. We got a few calls from lawyers who we presented our evidence to, who also said she had nothing. I think the best part of this entire ordeal is when she finally came to have it towed. We informed her she owed us a lot storage fee, at $15 a day after the 7th day of work completed. The diagnostic she paid was the completed work. Cue Velociraptor screeches. Now, I want to make a point, mechanics get a bad name. 1 out of every 100 shops might screw people over. It's true. I try my darndest to prevent that, even giving work away if the situation calls for it. But there was no helping this person. Heck, had she been nice and informed me of money issues or something, I probably would have done the job for darn near nothing to help out. A lot of mechanics don't want to screw you out of money. They just want to make sure your huge investment stays in good shape. OP, this story really timed itself perfectly for some laughs. You tried to belt out a warning, but she clearly couldn't crank out a rational thought. Her ignition of rage must have been something to see. Good thing you were geared up with all the right paperwork to keep her from stalling your day. Alright everybody, I'm gonna be disappointed if you don't let me have it in the comments for all these puns. If you enjoy daily Reddit stories, I encourage you to follow and add us to your favorites on whichever podcasting platform you enjoy the most. And if you're watching and listening on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button and drop a like on the video. It really helps us out. I thank you for watching and listening. I hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow.